Hello. Happy Saturday to everybody. Or Saturday evening, or, well, if you're international, I don't know what day it could be for you. Could be tomorrow if you're living in the land of the future. Um, so I'm going to be doing a kind of a different review. I kind of think this might be a longer one. But maybe not. Some of mine go for 3 hours, and hopefully this one doesn't go for much longer than that. But it's a Saturday afternoon. It's kind of rainy where I am, and I decided I would cover some of this Darth Dawkins and Praise I Am drama, commentary, conversation, fallout, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, 5 p.m. in the UK. Thank you, Spooky. Yep. So good evening to you, technically. Um, so first of all, hopefully I'm coming through loud and clear. If there's any sound issues, please let me know. Welcome to Spooky. He was here first. Repo Sandman, good to see you. Scott Duke, welcome. And Daniel Cooper, good to see you as well. Is this about Susie Lives Matter? It's going to get to that. So overall, for anybody who's eventually going to join in with us, I guess I could kind of set this up. So a few days ago, Praise did a live stream, and the topic of it was Jeff Trimble. Jeff Trimble is a pretty active atheist over on Clubhouse. Gets into a lot of conversations with some of these guys, the theists and kind of apologist enthusiasts. And so apparently some confrontations that he'd had with some people caught Praise's eye, and he decided that he needed to do a video covering that, right? And I'm probably going to start this video about 20 minutes into it, 19, 20 minutes into it, because the beginning of it, Praise's videos are really hard to watch. They're meandering, and this is coming from me, so take that for what it's worth. They're meandering, they're long-winded. Often pointless, but that might be in the eye of the beholder. But he sort of like starts off his thing with his usual shtick, which is usually like a prayer in a tortured Hebrew that he tries to use, spoken Hebrew, and then he moves into like a little explanation what he thinks was going on here, and then he brought Jeff Trimble in. Right, so he and Jeff Trimble have a conversation. I'm going to be starting about the point that they get in there just to kind of preface that, and then I'll probably be skipping around a little bit into the phases, because what happens over the course of this conversation, for those who aren't already familiar with it, is that Darth does what he does in a lot of these kinds of environments. He seeks to gain control, right? Because there's a lot of people in this particular live chat. I don't know what happened, but a lot of people were available. I think it had about 40 live viewers, which for Praise is pretty good, right? And there were an unusually, it seemed like, maybe to me, I don't watch this stuff that often, I'm not in his live chats that often. It seemed like there was an unusually high representation of atheists that had shown up, right? And they were all commenting. And so the live chat was pretty active, pretty lively. And then Darth starts complaining, right? And Praise will bring different people in here. Now, for those of you who aren't well acquainted with Praise has been doing this for a long time. He's been on YouTube for a while. And Praise is kind of a malleable guy. He's very affable when he's not going out of his way to be a jerk. He's sort of like, I think he's 40 going on 14, but there's something about him that's a little off. He's just, he's different. He can be a very nice guy if he's with nice people, and then if he's going to be in the WWE arena and he needs to talk trash, he'll more than do that too, to the point where he's really inconsistent about it. Like he'll stab you in the heart while you're on the ground, and then be like, what did I do? He's like a dangerous monkey or something. It's kind of strange, like he means well, but he doesn't really realize like the consequences of some of his actions. It's kind of screwed up. I've described him being on the internet, well, like a primate with a gun, a loaded gun. Like you know that it's going to damage somebody or itself. It's it's a matter of time before it pulls that trigger in an irresponsible way. But it's just a matter of when. So anyway, that's kind of his shtick, and he does this quite often. He will get into relationships with people that are kind of toxic. He did this for the better part of a year with a guy named Smokey Saint, where it was on again, off again. They were at odds with each other, and then they were buds, and then they would have a falling out and be at odds with each other, and then they'd be friends, and then they were best of buds. And then for whatever reason, when Smokey Saint started going through this thing, people started realizing that this guy's something of a sex pest, and they had receipts to prove it. Praise still kind of defended the guy, and dug his heels in. He wasn't going to back down. And then they had a falling out, and then, then he came out against Smokey Saint because Smokey Saint is a confirmed sex pest, and he couldn't ignore it anymore. So, and now he's back kind of in Darth Dawkins' camp. One of the last times that I'd kind of dealt with one of his videos. I mean, I think I've dealt with him before because he will occasionally criticize my stuff. My brother and I trigger him quite a bit. While he was on Team Smokey Saint, this put him at odds occasionally with Darth Dawkins, because Darth Dawkins and Smokey Saint were too alike to get along. It was, dynamite and a hand grenade. It's just, whatever. But it often would come to something where Praise would feel like he's in a position where he had to choose between two of his buds and then couldn't do it. Well, in Smokey Saint, it was confirmed more or less that he did some illegal stuff. Praise found that breakup a little easier. I guess it was more or less done for him. And so then he kind of shifted his attention. He's had more of Darth Dawkins on, and he's been more in like Team Darth. And so this is just an extension of that. So let me welcome a few other people who have shown up. Let's see here. 8:30 to awesome. See, a lot of people are giving props to Praise, but this is just Praise's method of distancing himself from Darth and trying to leverage it for views. Yeah, I think so. I mean, a lot of it is that. Mr. Freya, Lori Hayes, good to see you. John Rapp, I think I caught you before, but maybe not. Ringbinder, Jason Jacoby, Alpha K91, good to see you. Red Fang, what's going on? Mai Atkinson, always good to see you. Welcome. Michael Deaton, hello. Digital Gnosis. Hey, Nathan, how's it going? Dee Dee has flying monkeys like any narc. Or any is that any narcissist? Yeah. Well, and this is the sort of weird thing, because Praise is not a reliable flying monkey. He wasn't for Smokey Saint. He'd occasionally, because Smokey Saint would turn on a mutual friend, and then Praise would be conflicted, and then when he decided that he needed to come to defense of that person against Smokey Saint, then he wasn't really providing Smokey Saint with his narcissistic supply. So yeah, it was always a mess. And now I guess this sort of boils up into something weird. But nice to see you here, Nathan. Welcome. Jeff Trimble, the man of the hour, or the man who started this whole thing. Jeff Trimble is personally to blame for the sad breakup between Praise and Darth Dawkins. I'm just laying that at your feet, Jeff. So yeah, there you go. Deal with it. And good work. Congratulations. Let's see. Odin Stan is here. Okay, I think I got everybody so far. All right. So without any further ado, like I said, I'm going to be kind of skipping around a bit in this one. I'm going to jump this one off. I'm going to speed these up a little bit because Praise is very slow when he speaks. So I'm going to punch up that speed a little bit. Let me know if you can't see this. Nathan, if you're interested, I know you're just probably casually watching my my usual highlight of dumpster fires, but if you do want to come in, if you want a link, I'd be interested to hear some of your takes on some of this, because well, and I don't know if you're even interested in even some of the points here, but there's a weird bit here where I think Praise is trying to guide Jeff Trimble through some written down arguments, and it gets a little confusing. More and more people get in, but anyway, if you're interested in that, DM me on Discord. But otherwise, I hope you enjoy. Okay, let's see. Yes, 8:30 says it'll be interesting to see how Darth handles this. And by interesting, I mean I wonder how toxic that sewage spill will be. I'm kind of evenly pulled in two directions. I think that he won't bring it up. This is kind of how I think it will play. I think it would be bad. His reaction will be bad if he responds to Praise. But I don't think he'll respond to Praise. I think he'll ignore it. I think he'll ghost Praise, because Praise is underneath him. Praise has joined those trolls that are so beneath Darth that he's not even going to spend any time on, unless someone brings it up. And when someone brings it up, I think he'll spiral just a little bit. Like he will go off on a little tangent. The trick is whether or not that'll be in a room where anyone has the presence of mind to record it. So Nathan, I'm just listening right now. That's too much information, man. I'm not gonna. I almost highlighted that. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. That's hilarious. But I see where I rank. Okay, this is where my stuff comes in. Nathan, Nathan's only watching me in the same way most people will play, like, what was that, Fruit Ninja or Angry Birds? Like, yeah, bathroom time. Okay, so here we go. Starting off, Jeff Trimble going into the Lion's Den at Praise I Am's channel.
All right, so let's open it up. I'm going to open the chat now and let the flood doors open if anyone wants to come in and challenge these. What's up, Tom Rabbittt? You silly, rascally Rabbit. Where are these objections? I don't see any objections. Premise 1, 2, and 3. Logic is mind dependent. No.
I don't think I'm putting myself down. If anything, I might be putting my show down. But I don't even think that if I rose to the level of popularity that Angry Birds once attained or Fruit Ninja, I think it'd be doing pretty good. Although those aren't really the popular games anymore. I don't know. I'm sure they're still played, but I don't know what is. But, you know, appreciate that, Nathan. Hopefully that nothing happens on here that triggers you, that interrupts your constitutional. Yeah. Randolph, good to see you. Good morning to you. I think it's much earlier for you than it is for anyone else here. No offense to anyone else on the West Coast if I don't happen to know where you live. Okay, so Jeff is in.
Hey, Jeff, what's going on, buddy? Thanks for coming in, actually. This is awesome that you came in. This is the very show that I'm addressing you and your challenge, so this will be cool.
All right, so on StreamYard, my earbuds do not work, so I have no idea what my mic quality is like right now. Can you tell me how I sound?
You sound good, really good. What's up, Scorpion? Welcome. Oh, there goes Scorpion. Yeah, man, if you want, I can pull them up again. The premises, if you wanted to go through them, I have them set if you want me to put them on the screen for us to look at.
Yeah, and we're going to have other people on the stage, or just going to be me for a few minutes, or what?
Anyone can come in. Let me actually pin the link so people can easily access it here.
I mean, I'm fine if you want to just let it be you and I for just a few minutes before we bring people. I'm good with that.
Yeah, it's up to you, man, because I'm the one that you're the one that I'm responding to. So if you wanted to have a back and forth dialogue for a while, that's fine. So I can just leave people in the backstage and then tell when you're ready to go. How about that?
Yeah, good enough. So I did have a couple of comments that I put in the chat that that one's okay. We could talk about P1 there, but I don't know what the argument is for that. But I would, if you scroll down to the next argument we had, maybe not that one. Well, actually, if you want to go on and go back to that one, I just ask, yeah, what's the argument for P1, right? So go down to the next argument you had.
Okay, so this is the Modus Formula. If A is true, then B is true. If not A is true, then B is true.
I don't know. What? What is that? A presupposes B if and only if A is true, then B is true. If not A is true, then B is true. What is that?
I'm not, it's summation of that. Therefore, God's exists in mind of God.
I had a big bowl of chili today, so I can't think clear through that. Actually, I got some good health news, so I treated myself to something I have not had since the beginning of the pandemic. I'd not had diner breakfast, a good lumberjack breakfast. Bacon, sausage, eggs, hash browns, and I went and got one. Sitting outside, even though the weather's not that great. Had that for the first time in like 2 years that I've had a breakfast like that. So I'm sure that one meal completely undid any of the good lab work that I had. Any of those results, like cholesterol, great. Triglycerides, working on it. Everything else, doing good. Not anymore. Thanks, hash browns and bacon, but I couldn't resist it. Actually, it's been more than 2 years. Needed to have it. So, all right. I think so these guys kind of go back and forth on this. Let's see, how long does it take for Darthy Poo to arrive? Because quite a few guys get in here. The room gets pretty full and then gets pretty active. Yeah. Thank you, 830 Awesome. Congrats on good medical news. Yeah, thanks. I have had some decent news. Things have been improving in one area while I'm still kind of struggling, slow moving on a few other things. But otherwise, yeah, pretty good. There is one challenge that I'm working on right now that is starting to kind of get to me, but I've got more people to see and more consultations to do. So we'll see. Okay, Nathan said, is it pure hypothetical syllogism? I can't see the screen. So he's saying on the screen, he's got this pulled up in a Word document. Let me, yeah, sorry, I didn't embiggen that. So let me try and do that. Maybe we'll do a full screen on that. That way I'm out of the way. So here's the modus ponens formula. A presupposes B if and only if A. If A is true, then B is true. B. If not A is true, then B is true. Therefore, God's existence / mind of God, B, is the necessary precondition for both the affirmation A and negation of A, and the negation, which is not A, of God's existence. The existence of God is thus an inescapable concept. I don't know where praise is getting that. I really don't understand what that is. So yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, and Alpha threw it up there. And A, if A is true, then B is true. B, if not A is true, then B is true. I feel like there's probably something else missing there. Even that little explanation afterward just doesn't make sense. Thanks. Yeah, that's a bunch of nonsense. Yeah, thank you. Okay, all right. I wasn't losing my mind or stroking out. It wasn't an absence of caffeine or an too much caffeine, and I was burning out half my brain. Yeah, when I actually saw this yesterday, because I came in late to it, and I was kind of spooling through, and I went back to this point because I was looking for where Jeff came in, and I saw that, and I was like, what in the hell kind of mess is that? Yeah, Hogtie, that was pretty much my exact reaction. First, what the fuck? Then I laughed out loud, and then I had a little bit of a cry and a panic attack in the bathroom because I thought, like, wait, is that legit? Is that from somebody that is published? Because Praise likes to lift things from people, and occasionally he lifts things from some decent people. And I'm like, holy crap, I'm going to have a crisis. I'm kidding about the crying thing. But no, I did, when I was brushing my teeth thinking about it, I was chewing on the brush a little bit like, son of a bitch, I think that guy's trying to fuck me over with this. Yeah, it makes no sense. Yeah, I think one is what presupposes means, but not two. Yeah, I can't, I couldn't work it out. So yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, if A presupposes B, it doesn't mean not A presupposes B, so 2 is false. Philosophical gaslighting. Yeah, I would accuse him of gaslighting if I knew that he understood what he was doing in the first place. Like, I really think that Praise might think this is a little pearl. I just don't know, and they'll say that, I just don't understand why Christians don't get this. Like, you don't understand what it means either, or rather what it doesn't mean. Praise. So, please.
B is the necessary precondition of both the affirmation. Okay.
Yeah, that was not the one either. It was actually, I think it was the next one down that I caught something on.
That is the completion of the intelligibility syllogism. Yeah, you talking about the other syllogism?
There was one that had 6 or 7 premises in a conclusion, and it seemed to me that if I remember right, the first.
Oh yeah, okay. I know what you're talking
about. Yeah, Jeff's talking about Praise's kind of reworking of the tag argument. Yeah, this one is bonkers. So I'm going to pause it and read it out, and hopefully Nathan is still watching / pooping. Sorry, Nathan, but you did put it in the chat. So, transcendental argument. So, premise 1: logical absolutes exist. Premise 2: logical absolutes are conceptual. Premise 3: concepts exist in the mind only. Parentheses, they are mental. Premise 4: logical absolutes would exist even if your minds did not. Premise 5, therefore, logical absolutes are transcendent. Premise 6, since logical absolutes are transcendent and conceptual, they must exist in a transcendent mind. Premise 6 seems like a composition fallacy, but I might be jumping the gun there. Premise 7, this transcendent mind is that we recognize as God. Conclusion, God exists. So Jeff has an issue with this automatically because of how clumsy premise 4 is. He just thinks that it's automatically kind of contradicting premises 1 through 3. Let's see. From Nathan, if you have to agree to the argument in order to have anything be intelligible, it doesn't make any sense to provide the argument to people who disagree with it. How can they make sense of it? Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, that's the one. So it seems to me that premises 1, 2, and 3 are saying that logical absolutes are mind dependent. Would you agree with that?
No, they're mind. Well, explain what you mean by mind dependent. Yeah, go ahead. Can you explain that? Go ahead and elaborate on that.
Well, it says, it says logical absolutes exist. Logical absolutes are conceptual, and then concepts exist in the mind only. So that says to me that logical absolutes are mind dependent and only exist in the mind, right?
Yeah, they have a mental ontology that they're not dependent on non-mental objects like rocks. So rocks don't have the capacity to be logical. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, but
No, I think from a Christian perspective, one could make the argument that rocks have logic. Sorry, that's just me being trolly. Blastmaster 80, I watched that review you made of Mac versus Danny yesterday with Mac. He doesn't seem to understand the basics. He did say you are well spoken, even if you are going to hell. Yeah, Mac actually reached out to me following that, and he said that I given him something to think about, which was when I made the observation that I didn't think that it's a little bit it's either dishonest when some of these apologists suggest that that certain things about the Christian worldview haven't been revealed to us. So if we don't ground our epistemology in God, then we can't, somehow language breaks down for us. We can't make intelligible sense out of anything, which is not really well, at least I think in the initial Van Tillian kind of presentation of precept, that's not supposed to be the point. The point is it's revealed to everybody. Intelligibility is shared by all humans. The difference between Christians and non-believers is the Christians understand where that comes from, and the non-believers basically left wondering, well, I don't know what a fact is, or what grounds it, or what, they're left in uncertainty, whereas the Christians have the certainty of knowing that all those facts are grounded in God. That's the only difference, right? But the intelligibility is shared. The worldview is shared. Our capacities for understanding and all this other kind of stuff are shared. Now, there are issues later on, like if you start off with that as a basis, then you have to end up wrestling with these notions that some theological notions of like a reprobate nature, people being given over to deceitful spirits, this kind of stuff that pops up in the Bible, books of the Bible, that can throw a little bit of a little wrench in the works. But generally speaking, I think it's in most books of the Bible, when they're talking about what people have the capacity to realize about the world around them and realize about God, everybody shares that same capacity. It's revealed to all, right? And I think Mac kind of like that sort of clued him in on that. So maybe he basically kind of, I think he gave the example of it. It'd be somebody having had atomic theory explained to them, deny the reality of atomic theory, and yet they still live in a world where the atomic theory happens to be true. I'm like, yeah, more or less that's it, right? Like you can deny it, you could be doubtful about it, you may lack conviction in it, but the fact that it happens to actually be the case, like that doesn't necessarily follow. Which I've mentioned before, a lot of these guys seem to get that, like, what you believe, it doesn't follow that just because you don't believe in God, it doesn't mean that there can't be one. They get that. They can't flip that around and reflect on their own belief stance. That's the weakness. So anyway, so here they are with this. So Jeff and Praise are going to get into an argument about this, because Jeff is basically going to be like, okay, logical absolutes would exist even if your minds didn't, but premise 3 says concepts exist in the mind only. So that's a little bit weird, because logical absolutes are concepts. So he's kind of contradicting this.
Hang on, before we go there, logical absolutes exist, and you're saying logical absolutes are contingent, and then you're saying contingents are conceptual, and then concepts exist in the mind only. They are mental. So that means that concepts and logical absolutes do not exist outside of a mind, right?
Correct. They are, yeah. So what we're saying is that, again, this is what I was saying, like rocks don't have the capacity. So only humans have the capacity to access the laws of logic. And we would say animals, not even animals, I guess maybe that would be a whole nother argument, but non-human things do not have the capacity to access the laws of logic. That's all it's saying, is that they are, the ontology of these is mental. We can't say that they're physical.
Right, and so the entailment of that is that logical absolutes and concepts are mind-dependent. They exist in the mind only. But then you come to P4, and then you say logical absolutes would exist even if your minds did not. And that seems to be the opposite thing that premises 1, 2, and 3 are saying. So that there's a direct contradiction right here between premises 1, 2, and 3 and premise 4.
Well, I think I put there is a parentheses. They are mental. Again, what I'm trying to say is they have a mental ontology.
This is going to get kind of hard to listen to, so I'm probably going to start skipping forward now, because praise is very this is very weird. Praise seems to have this. He has a notion. I think he's something of an idealist. Like, he believes, and he's in some of his older videos. I know this because my brother has followed more of his stuff than I have, and then I will be the person that gets called, like, and my brother will be on the other end, like, can you believe this ridiculous nugget that fell out of Praise's face earlier? And I'd be like, no, I can't watch his stuff. I can't listen to him because he bores the shit out of me. And then I'll be like, well, he said that everything exists in the mind of God, or everything is the mind of God, or everything's made manifest by the. So he's basically like one of the, like, God's, everything's like idealism kind of thing. And we're something like a simulation that plays out in God's head, or we're a dream that God's having. Depending on the people that he ends up talking to, if you are of the right kind of persuasive sort, if you're getting along with him, and you can probably talk him into just about any theology that you want. And a great example of this, I'm not exaggerating this, a perfect example of how this can work is Tom Rabbittt. When we get to that video.
That doesn't mean that they're only specifically relegated to.
I mean, it says, hang on, it says its concepts exist in the mind only. That's your own premise. Now you're saying it's not. Now you're saying.
Nathan writes, if P3 is true, it seems like P4 would be true because you imagine some world and think it's logical, but if you're imagining a world, it's not a mind-independent one. Yeah. And that's something that I think Praise has not had. Praise has been really wishy-washy on in the past. Like, I think he believes, or at least he did. I think he used to espouse the belief, especially when before he converted to a Trinitarian view of Christianity. He used to be a Unitarian. That everything, essentially, everything physical about the world, whatever that is, I think his belief was that the physical was an illusion. Everything was essentially conjured up in the imagination of God. I think that was what it was. Then someone challenged him on that. He claimed that wasn't it, and then he reframed it a little bit, and God knows what it is now. I have no idea. But when he starts talking about mental ontologies or something, that's usually when I check out, because I don't know that he knows enough about any of this to know where he stands. And when he starts describing it to anybody, if he starts using plain language without trying to fuck about in somebody else's syllogism, it just sounds like he's a little kid saying that we are the dream God is dreaming. That's about all I get out of it. So,
it's not in the mind only?
Well, see, here's the problem: is you equate the brain and the mind to be the same thing.
No,
we do not.
You don't. You don't get to what I think. Come on, dude. You don't get to present.
You're a dualist, Jeff Trimble, an atheist, a dualist? Are you serious? Then you're being a self-contradiction there.
Yeah, so what I think is the brain is a physical organ that resides in a human body. It's physical tissue. That's not a mind.
That's my point, that your brain, so the laws of logic are not reduced to a physical brain. But they are mental, though.
You didn't say, and it says mind, and I'm making the distinction. There's a difference between your physical brain, which is matter, and your mind, which is conceptual by nature. We don't know what the mind is. At best, it's kind of conceptual for all of us, right? It's so that you're saying that it's mind dependent. I mean, your own premises are saying that it's the mind only. So if you want to take premise 3 away, or change it, or back it up, or say that you made a mistake there, you can do that.
Yeah, I agree, Nathan. I think the brain and the mind are the same. Lovely position. Yeah. Praise, and this I think has been consistent. This is something that Praise has been consistent about. I think he believes that the mind is something that exists in some kind of ether, right? And I think he's amenable to the theological idea that all humans are eternal, like the souls of all people that exist are eternal, and then they just sort of like they instantiate in the physical world by becoming born as a human, and then whatever their lot in life is, and then they go, once they die, they pass up, they go back, and so that's the mind. That there's this weird realm where your mind is, so it's something beyond just what your brain does. I'm pretty sure he has aggressively pushed back when people have tried to give naturalistic explanations, talking about theory of mind, in the sense that it's an emergent property of the function of the brain. He's just, nope, it's got to be something other than that. And I think, again, his opinions change quite a bit. Why would a god dream of achy joints and migraines? Yeah, how would he even conceive of it? He's a non-physical brain, right? And this goes along with what Jeff Trimble's been asking. Jeff Trimble's whole point has been to ask these guys. He wants an argument for that substantiates the argument that intelligibility relies on or requires the unembodied mind of the Christian God. And so far, nobody's ever been able to really pony up something that's pretty, even like a simple syllogism or just kind of a pithier argument for it. It ends up becoming a definitional game. They're like, well, if you accept that this thing exists and by definition has these properties, then it just follows from that definition that all these things would be dependent on it. Sure, definitionally, but that's a claim, not an argument. You're just trying to define something into existence, saying that this stuff logically follows, and then somehow by virtue of, well, it follows logically from the definition, therefore the definition must be true. I think this is really all these guys are doing, right? And if they can show that it follows from the definition using like an inference rule, like modus ponens or modus tollens or whatever, then they think that validity enforces veracity, and it's inescapably true, necessarily true. I really think that's all that happens after that. But anyway, can correct me if I'm wrong. Nate says, I dislike emergentism. I'm an identity theorist, so I think the mind literally is reducible to physical states. Oh, interesting. I'm not real familiar with that. I don't know. I've heard more about emergentism, and so I think I'm more familiar with arguments for that. I don't know that I'm entirely convinced that that's all there is to the mind. I'm identity theorist, so I think the mind literally is reducible to physical states. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. I'd be interested in learning more about that. Randolph, it seems to me that P4 conflicts with P2 and P3. What do you think? Yeah, kind of. I agree with what Jeff is pointing out here. I think there's something missing, right? Because I know what Praise wants to say. What Praise wants to say is these logical absolutes exist. They're conceptual. Conceptual things exist in minds only. But logical absolutes would exist with even in the event that there were no human minds to perceive them. Therefore, there's some kind of ultimate mind that is creating them, right? There's some kind of ultimate mind within which these concepts rest. Because if my mind disappears, then logical absolute. What I don't think these guys understand, though, is that they'll usually ask this in kind of the casual way, right? Like, well, if you cease to exist, would the logical law of identity also cease to matter? Like, you can be like, well, no, just because I'm gone, it doesn't mean that A equals A ceases to be a thing. However, that being said, if all humans cease to exist, A equals A as a logical notation probably doesn't exist anymore, right? Or at least in any way that's important for humans, right? There are no humans around. What A equals A describes in the actual world, that's still going on, but it's not that logic anymore. And I think that's where these guys get confused. But again, some of these guys get really weird. And Praise believes that the laws of logic are literally prescribing how the world works. The law of identity is not simply a description of like this A equals A. He thinks that law of logic makes it the case that A equals A. Praise is he's a little different.
But I mean, the argument.
I don't think you're getting it. I think you're just not getting it, right?
I'm not getting it because premises 1, 2, and 3 directly are refuted by your premise 4.
Okay, so let me ask you this: are concepts located in physical space somewhere? Do they have a physical location? What is their GPS coordinate?
Yeah, I don't think they do. They do, and I'm just asking. I'm asking you to explain the contradictions between premises 1, 2, and 3 and premise 4. How can you explain that contradiction?
Okay, so I'm going to explain it one time. I'm going to say one more time for you. I'll try to do my best. So the mind and brain are two different things. Your mind, so the brain houses the mind. There is an immaterial aspect of your brain. Either whether you like, I mean, if you disagree, that's fine. But this argument itself, to me, demonstrates there is a immaterial construct of your what we call the brain. It doesn't. It's like the
it doesn't demonstrate it.
Way to put this.
It doesn't demonstrate it. It asserts it. It tries to. It's sort of implied in there that there are these that there's. And actually, it doesn't really make sense because you could start this. Logical absolutes exist. Logical absolutes are conceptual. Concepts exist in the mind only. They are mental. Logical absolutes would exist even if your mind. Okay, so before you get to P4, what you've got with P1, P2, P3 is a pretty decent syllogism leading up to proving Platonic objects exist, like Platonic forms. And then you just be arguing for abstracts. This is supposed to be, the tag argument is somehow supposed to be this argument. Like, this almost seems like you'd argue from abstracts to a concrete fundamental thing. Yeah, I don't see how you can cross that bridge. So anyway, before we get too mired down on this was not supposed to be like us getting sucked into the rabbit hole of any of their crazy discussions. What gets weirder still is the drama, right? So let's get into that drama. So Jeff and Praise do this for a little bit longer, and then a few more people come in. Let's see when this maxes out. Jeff loses connectivity at some point, and then a few people come in here. Scorpion's in there. Mars Bars, who I think is on Darth Dawkins' shit list, Grey Knight, and Ghost Man. And Grey Knight does a pretty interesting job here with this one. He points something out here. I think he might be
right. So you write that out as Y, and then a little arrow, and then X. So that's.
So Gray actually speculates on this one, and if Nate's watching, I'd be interested to hear him. And I think it's based on the way this is done. Here's the deductive formula for the mind of God being the preconditions of all intelligibility, according to Greg Bahnsen, as transcribed by Praise. So I take this with a grain of salt. I don't know if he's lifting this directly from a book or if this is how he thinks it works. Premise 1, for X to be the case, Y would have to be the case because Y is a precondition of X. X is the case. Conclusion, Y is the case.
It's your line 1. Go to the next line.
What about A?
A?
Jeff,
okay,
back.
What about C?
Or D?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, this is your argument. If you don't want to take it seriously, then that says everything, doesn't it?
Oh, sorry.
Because Y is the precondition of X. That is, and I think we explained that through the tag argument. So
so write that out symbolically.
Okay.
And I actually think the way this is done, so it's like for X to be the case, Y would have to be the case. I think these are actually flipped because Y is a precondition of X. Y is the precondition. So if Y, then X, therefore Y is how you could write this out. That's affirming the consequent. If Y is the precondition of X, it'd be, if Y, therefore X, and then it should be, if it's modus ponens, Y, therefore X. But that's not what he's doing. He's flipping it. So it's X, therefore Y, Y, therefore X. Yeah. Yeah, it's affirming the consequent. And that's what Gray points out. And Praise doesn't follow along. So, and I think this gets battered around quite a bit. Because I actually missed that before. I didn't realize it actually says that right after because Y is a precondition of X. So if Bahnsen had said this, if this is Bahnsen's argument, that's a pretty shoddy way of trying to sneak in and affirming the consequent fallacy by looking like what you're saying is X, therefore Y, X, then Y, right? If X, then Y, X, therefore Y. That like with those variables put in there, it sounds like what you're doing is a valid inference rule. That's modus ponens, but that's not what he's doing. Y is the precondition for X. So if Y, then X, X, therefore Y, that's affirming the consequent. So if he is saying if X then Y when he says Y is a precondition of X. Is he? Gray Knight disagrees. Let me see. Y, therefore X. Yeah, that's what I think, right? Right? Y is a precondition. I don't think it's affirming, but you don't think it's affirming. But isn't it though? Because he said if Y, then X, X, then Y. I think that's affirming the consequent. Nate writes, however, the would be the case stuff can also be interpreted as a counterfactual and interpreted in a different logic. Okay. A precondition for is just equivalent to is a necessary condition of. Okay, yeah. Why would he write it that way then? Because that is a really clumsy way to write that. For X to be the case, Y would have to be the case. Yeah, I don't. That's the problem that kind of throws me. Okay, I'll let you guys fight about this in there. Let's see how long this is. I think at this point, this is shortly when Darth makes his appearance, because this gets talked about a little bit. I think the room gets some people get kicked here. Jeff comes back. There he is. There's Taylor Hicks. And Michael.
Embodied mind of the Christian God. You posted the cosmological argument. I'm willing to grant you the cosmological argument. You still have not gotten me to the fact that this God that I will grant you exists for the sake of the argument is an unembodied mind and is the unembodied mind of the particular Christian God. That's the argument that you've still not given.
I have logical absolutes exist, and you tried to. I mean, you had.
Does anybody in the room think that him saying logical absolutes exist proves that this God of the cosmological argument proves that it is an unembodied mind of the Christian God? Does anybody think that is the case? Or am I just losing my mind?
I'm just saying you objected to that, and I gave the reasons why logical absolutes exist because it's impossible to contrary.
Okay, I'll give you logical absolutes exist. Okay.
Premise number 2. Logical absolutes are conceptual. They are not perceptual. That means that they're not in the.
I just showed you how premises 1, 2, and 3 are refuted by your premise 4.
Because you're conflating, you're equivocating brain and mind. And
you were either purposely obtuse or so ridiculously in that you can't even understand basic logic. So I don't know.
They are mental, Jeff. Tell me what that means.
You guys have a good night talking.
I think it's goofy when Praise tries to say something like that. They are mental, Jeff. Right? When Praise doesn't think that mental. Praise's concept of mental is very abstract. It's almost like a kind of a Platonic kind of thing. It's not, but he'll say it as if he's just referring to common sense kind of stuff. But he's into some apologetics that are a little goofy there. Most of the atheists he's going to be talking with are going to be like, yeah, but the mental doesn't exist without a brain a mind can't exist without a brain to instantiate it, right? And then Praise's rebuttal to that is like, no, I don't think that's the case. I think there's some kind of transcendent mind. Everyone has some kind of transcendent mind in some way, shape, or form that is not dependent on their physical brain. Cool. I don't know that he's ever done anything or really explained anyone that does anything to kind of, substantiate that argument. So, but now Darth is here.
This guy, I'm done with this. I can't do this anymore. I won't gouge my eyes out. This is fucking stupid.
Bye. That's what you want to do.
Jeff, don't leave. Jeff, don't leave.
Hey, Michael, what's up, buddy? There's someone I can have a good conversation with.
Damn it! Did Jeff leave?
He did.
Is he still there?
No, I think he left.
Damn it!
Can you guys hear me? All right, is my audio good?
Yeah.
Yes, you sound good.
Yeah. So, I mean, earlier you said that, like, he's metaphysically necessary, which then I would just ask, like, which metaphysical axioms you're using to derive that or whatever. But that's not your position, right? Your position is that the disembodied mind of the Christian God is necessary for the axioms of logic or whatever, or the laws of logic, sorry. So, I mean, the question is just pretty straightforward, right? Like, if God is logically necessary for logic, then the question is just going to be how you derive not only God, right, but the Christian God from the axioms of logic. Like, how do you do that?
Well, I would say the one in the many. I would say the problem one in the many that there has to be a plurality, but also a unity together of what do they call particulars? So yeah, there would be a collection of particulars, but also what unifies all the particulars universally. So that's what I would say is basically the problem of one of the many.
Yeah, I think that's missing the point, right? So let me just give a really quick argument, right? Premise one, logic is just those sorts of relations that can exist. Premise two,
I find these conversations about arguments super strange. Yeah, I don't really like them either, mostly because I think that I think they miss. Well, I think this is why some of this stuff just gets so fucking obnoxious online, because normally what you would have in the case of, like, if we're talking about religion in any kind of, like, accessible stance for believers, then normally the lay people are going to be talking about how their religious belief affects them in their day-to-day life. What does it mean to be a Christian? What does it mean to have this faith? What is that faith doing to you? What is it doing for you? How is it affecting your life and your interpersonal relationships? These are the kinds of the things the lay people would normally talk about. The injection of apologetics into this kind of sphere, where it turns into like the debate bro thing, and everybody's debating these kinds of things, especially stuff like tag and everything like that. I mean, even it's evident even in this video that I'm doing, right? Like, the focus of this video ostensibly is going to be on, right, these debates happen. Darth shows up where these debates are. That's sort of been his reason for living for the past 10 years when it comes to his online life. And then, like a shark attracted to chum in the water, he then just throws his weight around because he's, precepts his thing, right? And he thinks he can just beat everybody with that, like it's a big rubber mallet. But in terms of, like, what this means for people, like, if they have to go back to, like, a congregation or something and deal with their religion, I don't think any of this stuff is actually really all that convincing to anybody. Like, I don't know that anybody is going to be this came up before when I was doing the Mac video, because there was a Jack Angstreich had said something like he was perplexed that Mac was actually persuaded to believe in God by Darth's argument. And I made the observation that I don't think that Darth's argument is what persuaded Mac. It's Darth's position, the position he's taking in these conversations, where he's an authority and he has the certainty and he knows God is 100% real as a certitude. And then he's just leveraging that to the hilt on everybody. Like, if anybody comes at him, he's just like, well, you have to, and it's essentially kind of a, well, you show me that there isn't a God, and then I'll believe that. Until then, I'm just going to believe that there is one. I think it really is just as simple as that. That if you push that kind of thing with enough swagger and people aren't paying attention to it and are looking for something, either the dopamine hit that you see when people, like, beat up on what you might perceive are bullies, or take a minority position and you tend towards contrarian thinking, that can be a big dopamine hit there. Or third, you're looking for that kind of certainty because you've got a little bit of anxiety or philosophical vertigo in your own life, and this provides a nice salve for that. And in a way, it can actually be any combination of those things. It can be a source of relief, and it can be the dopamine hit. Like, I take solace in my faith in God Plus, I get a kick out of people like Darth Dawkins, quote unquote, wrecking them atheists on Clubhouse or Discord or whatever. I think that's what does it. I don't think it's really the arguments. I really don't. At the end of the day, a lot of this stuff is personality driven, which that's fortunate if you accept the fact that it's entertaining. It's unfortunate in the case that I don't think that any of that stuff really does a good job of communicating how this stuff works. I mean, look what's happened in my live chat about that little argument there, whether or not that affirms the consequent or not. Nathan's got me convinced that that's not affirming the consequent now. But I was kind of looking at that like, yeah, maybe that is affirming the consequent if you word it that way, because if you flip these things around, it looks like a sleazy little trick there. But that's the problem. Logic like this, employed like this, is not intuitive. Logic isn't supposed to be intuitive. It's supposed to be something. It's supposed to be hard. It's supposed to be the deep end. It's supposed to be something you ponder over and work at and be careful with. And these kinds of discussions are always the opposite of any of those things, mostly, unless you go to Nathan's channel. Sometimes his are pretty careful. So they're still working on this, and Darth's in there.
No concrete object which stands in causal relations can be derived from logic. Premise 3, God is a concrete object. Conclusion, God can't be derived from logic. Which premise
is a precondition for intelligibility. I don't think that's unsound. Premise 2, there is intelligibility in the world. Therefore, the obvious conclusion is God exists.
This is exactly what I highlighted from Josephus Rivero. Right? There's for there to be intelligibility in the world, God must exist. God is a precondition for intelligibility. So therefore, basically, if there's intelligibility, then there must be a God. There is intelligibility in the world. Therefore, God exists. Right? Modus Ponens. That's a valid argument. The problem, I think, with these guys usually will be whether or not this is where things get tricky. Well, modus ponens makes it valid, which then makes it true. That's the part that makes me a little bit nervous, because I do think a lot of these guys tend to think that validity equals truth, like, and that by adhering to an inference rule and getting the structure right, that that's well, I heard from somebody, they said that was truth preserving, so that means it's inescapably correct, right? Like, no, not in the way that you think. So we've pushed forward. It looks like they've dumped everybody, right? At some point within the last within like 20 minutes, everybody just started going away.
When they don't want to play, they only want to play with what they consider to be lower hanging fruit. Not that you're low hanging fruit, but they certainly don't want to tangle with me. Okay.
I think more people want to tangle with Darth than they gives him credit for. The problem is most of these people, he spends most of his time on Clubhouse, where most anybody that he recognizes is banned. So.
Yeah, and Michael, we'll talk about some other stuff later, but I'm really focused on this right now. Do you
remember the last interaction that's on video between Michael and myself when I did not mistreat him at all, but he pretended as though I did, as a form of plausible deniability as to why he didn't have to interact any further, and then he went into a voluntaristic catatonic state? It's on video on your channel.
No, I think that was when he said he wasn't going to talk to you, and he actually did what he said. He didn't go into a catatonic state. He refused to speak to you after he said he refused to speak with you. Nice misdirection there, Dorothy Pooh.
Oh yeah. I thought
So everybody out there, every atheist out there, will have a criterion of belief in order to believe in God. Now, what we are dealing with are individuals who are guilty of what is called resistant non-belief. They would have you believe that they are
he's doing it again,
resistantly in a state of unbelief. And that's
damn
the reason
it.
why
He's giving away the store. So the video, I wanted to do this today because there is a video that's out, and he's already starting to talk about this. I have not heard him use this before. And I actually reached out to Christopher Mowdy on this because I thought maybe some of this stuff existed in some psychology literature, but this resistant belief or non-resistant belief stuff, I have never heard him really talk about this. And anyone in the live chat, if you've ever heard Darth in the past or relatively recently use this, please let me know, because somehow I've missed this. his conversation with a guy named Hank, which is available on another video, which I will be doing a review of, he gets into this. And I think I know where he's pulling it from. It is a kind of an apologetic thing. And I think that Darth has been actually getting it from apologetics used to defend Christianity against arguments from divine hiddenness. I think that's where it's coming from. And it's this sort of idea of like, do you have a resistant belief or a non-resistant belief or something like that? And I think maybe in certain theological circles, or maybe in relationship to that particular counter argument to the divine hiddenness argument, maybe it's a little bit more specific. But the way Darth uses it in the video with Hank, and the way he kind of throws this out here, I'm not real clear what he means on this, because I'm pretty sure that Darth is a doxastic voluntarist. So depending on whether or not you're a doxastic voluntarist or a doxastic involuntarist, which means one, you think that people choose their beliefs, and the other, you think that beliefs are formed in many ways, in a lot of ways, unconsciously. That's going to affect what you think someone means when they say a resistant belief versus a non-resistant belief. So I just wanted to put that out there. We'll see where he goes with this a little bit, and then I think they're going to start bringing in more people, but I'm waiting to see where he's like, people have already been removed. Darth has already been throwing his weight around. I've missed a little bit of that, but notice that everybody's gone. Mars Bars is gone. I didn't show it, but he accused Mars Bars of being a troll, and he wanted Praise to get rid of him, and then Michael to get rid of him. I don't know if there was a part back here. Let's go back a little bit and see if he's yelling.
I would recommend that they're going to refuse to answer such a simple question. To warn these people to stop being unruly.
Yeah.
You see, this is what they do. They not only dodge affirming the consequent. I think that's like if it is raining outside, the street will be wet. The street is
Yeah, he hasn't done it yet.
Every atheist out there will have a criterion of belief in order to believe in God. Now, what we are dealing with are individuals who are guilty of what is called resistant non-belief. They would have you believe that they are non-resistantly in a state of unbelief. And that the reason why they're non-resistantly in a state of belief is because they have a legitimate criterion of belief that is unfulfilled in order to believe in the existence of God, which I characterize as the God world.
Okay, so Nathan, while I was rambling, I forgot, I didn't catch this here. Nathan writes, it's Paul Draper's argument against God and Schellenberg's hiddenness argument. That's where this resistant belief thing is coming from. Let's see. Yep. Non-resistant non-believers are inductive evidence against the Christian God. Yeah. Based on what little bit that I've seen and I've run into, because I only got a couple of little things on it. And when I asked Mowdy about it, I wanted to make sure there wasn't an overlap where I thought there was some stuff in psychology about that, and he was like, no, best as I can tell, this is just a theological thing, just an apologetic kind of thing. But okay, if it's coming from Paul Draper and it's based on that, okay. So a non-resistant non-believer, that would go along with some of those people basically saying, okay, well, if God revealing himself to me is a necessary condition or a necessary property of a necessarily existing being, the fact that he hasn't revealed himself to me is proof that there is no God, because I'm a non-resistant non-believer. Like if he was going to change me, then he could do that. Nate, do you know? I wonder how. So Didi just denies any existing problem solved. Well, I think he usually does that. Yeah.
But this criterion of belief is phony, and the reason why it's phony is because they don't employ that criterion of belief when they currently believe in the not God world. So notice how Jeff says over again, what's the argument for that? What's the argument? Praise. Have they given an argument, a formal syllogistic argument for the not God world?
No, they have not.
No.
But why would that matter, right? A formal syllogistic argument for the not God world may fail, but that wouldn't mean that the not God world isn't actually the case, per Kai Nielsen. Darth's favorite quote buddy, right? He doesn't apply it that way, so I guess that's not what it's supposed to mean. Well, that's not what Kai Nielsen wrote. Well, no, but that's part of Kai Nielsen's point.
And I don't buy their objection of this being affirming the consequent, because I'm looking at the argument itself. It's just descriptive of the unavoidable conclusion that God is the preconditions for intelligibility. So here it is. I don't see affirming the consequent here. I don't. For there to be intelligibility in the world, God must exist because God is a precondition for intelligibility. I don't think that's unsound. Premise 2, there is intelligibility in the world. Therefore, the obvious conclusion is God exists, or the preconditions of intelligibility is grounded in the mind of God.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is Greg Bonson's syllogism.
Since when we're talking about God, we're talking about the supreme being and creator of all things that are not himself. Do you agree with that working definition?
Yep.
Okay. So when we are...
I can't help but think, if anyone can see this on the screen, the person at the bottom of the screen is going by the name Question Everything. I can't imagine that username is going to endear them to Darth Dawkins in any way.
Are working with that conceptual framework, that definition. God then is conceptually a concrete universal that everything that is not himself or itself derives and depends upon. So that if you choose not to believe that God is the ground of all being, then henceforth, if you invoke any facts, you will do so without reference to the necessity of God, which is a de facto denial.
Well, I'm not sure I like the word choose.
Listen,
because I don't
listen carefully. Steve, did you eat today? Did you eat today?
I did, yeah.
Okay. When you ate, did you thank God for your food?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So when you invoke facts, either in your head or in your mouth, such as you're eating food or anything else, do you positively reference the necessity of God as the precondition of those facts?
No, I wouldn't say I
okay, so
think about it.
You are purposely invoking facts without reference to the necessity of God.
That doesn't make any sense. Again, I brought this up before. This is the classic Darth thing. Like, well, you have to, like this almost sounds like to anybody who'd never heard it before. Like, well, you have to give thanks to God for the fact that you're about to utter, right? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, no, if God's the precondition for all these facts, the fact that I'm, vocalizing something about a fact is evidence for God, right? God made the fact possible, right? The fact references God all by itself. It doesn't make any sense that there's a necessity for me to reference the necessity of God for that fact. Like, where that's the connection that I've never heard him, and I brought this up to him. Where is I don't understand how you're making that connection. Why is it necessary for us to reference the necessity of God being the grounding for facts? Right. Even if I don't reference it, it doesn't make, if his worldview is true, it doesn't make it any less the case that God would be the necessary grounding for all facts. Right. I could believe all sorts of crazy things. I could be delusional. I could be deceived by evil spirits. The Cartesian demon could be living and operating, setting up a home office in my brain. Like, right. Like it would make no difference. But for whatever reason, he's still using the same kind of thing. Let's see here.
Understand that if somebody claims explicitly or implicitly that God's not necessary, that is a denial of the existence of God.
Okay, I'm going to do something selfish.
God is not necessary.
Because this is getting kind of boring. And by the way, I apologize. Digital Analysis and Grey Wolf are becoming enemies in my live chat as we speak, which is not something that I'd like to see happen in my live chat. Grey Wolf, Grey Knight, excuse me, Grey Knight. Please play nice. And Nathan, yeah, I think I'm going to say this right now. Speaking for myself, when it comes to any of these kinds of logical things, as soon as it starts getting broken down into syllogisms, outside of the basic inference rules, I'm going to freely admit that I get lost quickly, right? And I don't feel any shame in that, because I think that's kind of the point of formal logic, is that it's supposed to be kind of hard, right? You're not intuiting stuff. You're working through something to kind of like get past your intuition. So, and I haven't done enough of that formally in actual training outside of the basic ones, just some basic critical thinking things that I've been exposed to either in education or whatever. But I have not done formal logic as a academic pursuit. Nathan has. So I will defer to Nathan if he's saying that is not affirming the consequent. So That's just my 2 cents on that. Anyway, so I'm trying to figure out here when these guys, because they got Kevin in there, they got Aaron Bates in there. I think Aaron Bates is so. But I'm going to be a little selfish here because I think they highlight one of my comments here pretty soon.
A statement, whether explicit or implicit, of universality. Okay? So your position is, upon examination, is that God does not exist. So how is it that God does not exist?
I don't think I have an answer to that, sir.
Okay, so are you arbitrarily adopting the position God does not exist? Or do you adopt that God does not exist because you desperately do not want God to exist?
Can you define arbitrarily for me?
It means asserting or affirming something for no reason whatsoever. There's no rhyme or reason or logic behind the assertion.
You mean like a God that is the basis for all contingent things, but has no explanation in and of itself?
I was saying I have reasons, but I don't think either you would accept my reasons or you would say they're
have
bad.
a reason why God does not exist?
I do, yeah.
Okay,
I
what
would
is
say.
it? What is it?
Like I said, I don't know if you care about my reason.
That's not an answer to my question. What is your rationale that God does not exist?
Well, actually, I think KJV writes, Jefferson, why isn't it affirming the consequent? Please, really want to understand that better. Anyone? I don't know how to describe it any better other than in the way that it was framed in the beginning. I thought that based on that language, that he was sort of finding a way, instead of saying X, Y, which is basic modus ponens, that first premise had it worded so it should be more like Y, X, X, Y kind of thing, and then things got problematic. According to Nathan, though, just because it's worded that way in the premise, it still follows. Like you can clear up the first one where essentially, and it is cleared up. The one that they've been showing on here, they've been talking about, is showing like in order for intelligibility, intelligibility has a precondition of God, right? So in order for there to be intelligibility, there must be a God, right? There is intelligibility, therefore there's a God. So that follows. So you can kind of plug intelligibility and God in for X and Y, and then kind of follow the form there. And it's basic modus ponens: X, Y, X, therefore Y. That's why it's not affirming the consequent. What was confusing me was the language in that first premise. And when I heard Grey Knight in this room with praise, he was describing it that way too, and that's and I kind of agreed with it initially the way he was describing it. I'm like, oh yeah, it does look like it could do that. But I kind of I accept Nathan's argument now, and now that I've seen that, like that problematically worded first premise, when it was just in its kind of theoretical phase, they lay out the plain language one, premise one: if there's intelligibility, then there must be a God. There is intelligibility, therefore there's a God. That's Bahnsen's basic argument. So that's why it's not affirming the consequent, right? Because in that case, it's following modus ponens as a structure. I hope that clears that up. If not, you would, if you wanted it more broken down than that, you're going to have to go with somebody better at logic than me. Do you want me to call in quickly to just one? That would be awesome if you want to, because this has gotten really, really, really dicey. Let's see. Let me send you the link. Let me post it in here. All right, folks, I'm going to post this in here. This is for Nathan. So he's going to come in here and learn us some stuff. Okay. I threw that in right in the chat. Okay, so the way I wanted to make sure I didn't faceplant trying to explain it a little bit simpler, but mine is goofy. Okay. Hello, welcome to the show.
Hey, hang on, I've got the tab playing in the background. Right, gotcha. I was getting all confused because I could hear you like saying things and saying other things, and they were both overlaid on each other.
Yeah, you don't want me in an echo. That's crazy making. Okay, so it sounds like the way I kind of summed it up was not horrible, right? I didn't.
No, I mean that's at least how I'm interpreting it, and hopefully this will clarify the problem with what Gray was saying as well. I'm just opening a Google Doc so I can sort of like, like present something visually, which will hopefully just clarify what he was saying.
Okay.
So you've got this phrase, right? Let's make that a lot bigger, like 21.
Let me stop sharing that screen and start sharing. Where'd yours go? There it is. Add to stream. Okay.
Can you see mine? Yeah.
Yep,
So
let me put us down here. So
you've got this phrase, right? X is a precondition for Y. So what I take that to mean is that in order to have Y, you must have X. So I'm taking that to be the claim that X is a necessary condition for Y. So a necessary condition, logically, is taken to be something that if you have that thing, right, which would be Y in this case, then you have
X,
the necessary condition, right? So Y then X. So all he was saying, I think, is God is a precondition for everything. Anything exists, therefore, therefore God exists. And so I'm saying that was the form of the argument, basically. And now I think the confusion with what Gray was saying was Gray was asking me, okay, suppose that this state, that A, does actually get translated logically to what I've got as B here, right? So then he was kind of replacing X and Y for, suppose that you say rain is a precondition for wet roads, okay? Well, then that would mean logically that if you have wet roads, then you have rain. And he was saying, well, look, that is obviously a false conditional because the road can be wet without it raining. And I'm like, yeah, I would also say it's false, right? My claim is about how you logically interpret, a sentence of this structure is a precondition for. So that's logically how you interpret it. But I think A and B are both false. I don't think that rain is a precondition for wet roads, namely because the road can be wet without it raining. Like I can just pour a cup of water on the road or whatever. So that's my understanding of that stuff. Hopefully that makes it clear. But if not, I can talk about it a bit more or answer any questions.
Yeah, I think I'm clear with it. Yeah. What was throwing me off was that I think the language, what did you say was the language in there? It's been a while since I rolled it back to that. Like it could make or something like that was the way it was worded.
So I can't remember exactly what the wording was, but I mean, the way that I think about what this precondition language is saying is that whenever you have things of, let me just change this back to Y, right? X is a precondition for Y. Well, I take that to just mean whenever you have the presence of Y things, then you're guaranteed to have X things, right? So X being a precondition for Y just means that it's impossible to have Y things without having X things first. And when I say first there, it doesn't necessarily mean chronologically in time, it means logically. So X being a precondition for Y just means that the presence of Y thing logically guarantees the presence of X things. So you might say, like maybe a plausible candidate for this, and this probably isn't actually going to be true, but just to one is like clouds and rain, for example. So you might think that clouds are a precondition for rain, right? So whenever you have rain, that means that you can infer that there's clouds or something. Or maybe I can't think of any good chemistry examples off the top of my head, but like a pH of OH minus ions in a solution, are a precondition for a pH of 13 or something. So whenever you have a solution that has a pH of 13, you can guarantee that there's OH minus ions or something in there. Maybe that's not quite true, the chemistry of what I'm describing there, but those are the sort of examples, that might help people to understand what I think is going on there. Okay.
I can't remember if the way he had it worded, did he have it constructed wrong then, maybe, in premise 2? In that one?
I can't remember exactly, but I mean, suppose it was like this, right? Suppose he had God is a precondition for intelligibility, right? And then he just basically said, so logically that would just be intelligibility, then God, and then his second premise, right, is ability. Well, then that's just simply going to be modus ponens. Right.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm wondering if, like, I'd wind it back, but I'd have to drop your share screen and bring up the other one. I think maybe they flipped part 2 on, and that also led to that.
I think I remember him having it this way, but I could be wrong. And obviously,
maybe he did,
obviously, if the conditional was the other way around, or if he had, God as his second premise, which would be kind of weird if he's meant to be proving the existence of God, but so I don't think he did. Then that would be affirming the consequence. Right?
Ringbinder is saying in the chat, it was the only valid syllogism on that page. LOL. That could be true. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think I've got it better. But yeah, no, I can see where the confusion came from with that first one, because when I watched this before, I was like, yeah, okay, I think maybe Grey Knight's got a point there, because that seems a little bit weird. It seems like a way of, like, and I was talking with my brother about it later. It just seemed like a way of kind of phrasing it so that you could make it look like X, therefore Y, Y then X, and it wasn't affirming the consequent thing without actually doing that. You kind of flip them around, but okay.
There's lots of these sort of ordinary phrases, right, which logically at least get interpreted as conditionals, which have the like bits of language like only if or only if which they can be kind of like sticky wickets to translate. It can be a bit weird. So, and I think the language of like necessary and sufficient conditions is relatively helpful for at least understanding what a conditional's supposed to be establishing. So if you have like the things that go on the consequence side here are going to be like necessary conditions in a conditional, and the things that go on the antecedent side here are going to be sufficient conditions in a conditional. And I think that can sometimes help with like thinking through what more confusing natural language statements should be formalized as. But yeah, that's all I hope that's cleared things up a little bit, but obviously it can still be a bit confusing.
Yeah, I think Hogtie's on the same page. No, I've triple checked. X is necessary for Y translates to if Y, then X.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Okay.
Yeah. Well, thanks for that. Do you want to stick around here while I continue to go through this, or would you rather?
I'm happy to leave. Yeah, I'll drop back out. I just hope that was useful.
Yeah. No, I think it's useful for me. I hope the original guy. Yes, he was KJV. Grateful to you for allowing Digital Gnosis to come in. Yeah. No, thanks, Nate, for coming in here and explaining this. Do you prefer Nate or Nathan?
I don't mind. Most British people tend not to call me Nate. It's like an American thing, but I actually don't mind at all when people do it. So.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much, Nate, for coming in and explaining that to us. Because, I was going to Swiss cheese that and then run my mouth about that incorrectly for the next month or so. So, thank you for checking that.
It's true though that in a lot of these contexts, like the type of people who are in those communities and stuff, like they do tend to provide invalid arguments in general, but. And that's why I find a lot of this like debating about which arguments, are good arguments, just to be kind of like weird, because it's sort of like when someone just accrues, various kind of skills to putting together like a valid argument, having a few premises which sound intimidating, whatever, and then they just get used by either side as like weapons to bludgeon each other with, and and you get these like weird conversations, right? Like the one that we're listening to, where it's like, well, which premise what's your argument for premise one and all this stuff, like, which I find, I mean, I find the commentary on it interesting because it's like an interesting microcosm of the world and humanity. But I find the actual, the first order conversation itself very uninteresting.
Now that you've joined Clubhouse, do you find it even like, do you get on there often to listen to this? Because it seems like that's been like the kind of common thing. It's becoming almost like this, like kind of a new, I don't want to say cliche because that seems dismissive, but it's this thing where a lot of the atheists are kind of like, yeah, I want an argument for it. Like in some cases,
Yeah.
I get it because like I think like essentially the question that Trimble's asking for a lot of these apologists, I think is a fair one. Like, yeah, I want you to give me some kind of argument for why an unembodied mind is necessary for the intelligibility of reality, and like can you just go through that? And because I think most of these guys have gotten used to the fact that guys like Darth Dawkins just say, well, it's definitionally the case, and then from that we can make these arguments that follow logically from those definitions, and then it's necessarily true. And he's been torturing that for so long that I think people have just gotten used to, like, wait, I'm pretty sure there was no argument there. Like there's arguments about the definition afterward, and those some of those are valid, but there's no original argument to really kind of substantiate the initial claim that we need something like an ultimate to define, or to substantiate intelligibility. That connection's not been made. So mate,
I think, I mean, I don't want to like steal the show, right, by just talking about a bunch of things that I think about this, but I think a lot of this stems from what you view the role of arguments as being, and sort of like your views of philosophy as a discipline. So like your meta-philosophical commitments, right, about how people should engage in the discourse and disagreement. I mean, I'm quite a big fan of Graham Oppy's views of arguments. So, I mean, I can just briefly kind of detail those if it would be helpful for people. And it's just to say, so imagine, we disagree, right, about some claim. So maybe I think that claim is true and you think that claim is false. So thinking that claim is false is just the same as thinking not claim, right? And now suppose in the disagreement, you just tell me not claim. Well, we can all sort of agree in that case that there's nothing that's been provided to me that should sort of compel me to change my beliefs there, right? You've just told me the opposite of what I believe if I believe claim. And it's like that shouldn't compel me to sort of change my mind, right, in favor of not claim. So then there's this kind of thought, right, in philosophy that, well, okay, I'll provide an argument in favor of not claim, right? And then an argument should compel, someone who believes in claim to sort of believe the opposite of it, or to believe in its conclusion. So now assume that there's an argument in favor of not claim. So that can be an argument of the form, if A, then not claim, A, therefore claim, A, therefore not claim, sorry. And someone provides me with that argument. Well, now, so if I'm someone who's sort of reasonably well informed, right, and I've thought about the issues a little bit, it's very, very unlikely that I'm going to, in fact, accept both of the premises, right, and then therefore should be committed to the conclusion being true as well. So suppose I reject, premise one, or I reject premise two. If that's true, then there's very little difference between that case and the case where the person just asserts the conclusion, right, and kind of declares victory at that point. So if I disagree about one, it's not like something being a conclusion gives it some kind of special status, right? It's just a claim like any of the claims in the proposition. So if I reject, one of the claims in the premises, then and someone just tells me it's true, then that's pretty much the same as them just asserting a conclusion that I disagree with. So that's not, even though they've got an argument, right, that's not much better in terms of disagreement than just kind of telling me that I'm wrong about the conclusion or something. So the thought is, well, what can arguments be useful for? Well, suppose that the person can demonstrate that from things that I actually believe, that I'm committed to some kind of logical contradiction. So that could be a logical contradiction, that's got nothing to do with claim, which would force me to have to revise my beliefs in some way. or they could demonstrate from commitments which I have, right, that under entailment not claim follows. So now in the set of everything that I believe, I've got claim and not claim. So suppose I'm an atheist for various reasons, and someone demonstrates to me that I'm committed to the two premises: everything that begins to exist has a cause of its existence. So the universe began to exist, so the universe has a cause of its existence. And let's just assume that that cause has to be God, right? So if I'm committed to those premises, then under entailment, I'm also going to be committed to the conclusion. But I'm an atheist, so I'm also committed to God doesn't exist. So now there's a contradiction, right, in my whole web of beliefs that someone's highlighted for me. And I've got to revise my beliefs in some way. So maybe what I'll do is I'll reject my atheism and all of the other beliefs I have that entail that atheism. Maybe that's what I'll do. But I mean, maybe what I'll do instead is just reject one of those premises or both of those premises, right? But the point is that once I'm in that state of contradiction, that I have some revision to go about doing. And that's a good use for arguments, to kind of show people from the commitments that they have that there are these kind of contradictions. But what's a bad use of arguments is just showing that there are propositions which a conclusion that you disagree with can be derived from if you don't believe in those premises, right? And that's just a fool's errand. It's a waste of everyone's time, because there's an infinite number of such ways of deriving any claim. And so it doesn't matter how elaborate they are, right? If you don't believe them, it's just going to be pointless. So that's kind of Oppie's view. And then for the further observations that Oppie makes that I think are useful is basically, well, which arguments you think are sound arguments is going to be determined entirely by your view, by basically your worldview, as Christian apologists love to talk about. So assuming that you're an atheist who hasn't heard some argument before, presumably the way, whether or not you evaluate an argument to be a sound argument is going to be informed by your atheism, and the same for a theist who's hearing an argument for atheism for the first time. Presumably whether or not they think it's a sound argument is going to be sort of determined entirely by their theistic commitments. So the question is, are we interested in which arguments we think are sound, or are we interested in which of these theories is better? So Oppie suggests what we should perhaps be doing instead of exchanging arguments is comparing, the best holistic worldviews. So that is worldviews that have kind of been pruned for these kinds of internal logical consistencies, right? So then assuming that you've got the best version of theism and the best version of atheism, or versions that don't contain any logical consistencies, now compare them according to various theoretical virtues. So those would be things like how they fit to the data that we both agree has to be explained, parsimony, various different types of parsimony, so different kinds of things, number of things of the same kind, stuff like that. And we see basically which of the theories wins in terms of the theoretical virtues, and that's the view that should be preferred. And that's a much more interesting and substantive project, according to Oppie, and I tend to agree with him. But, yeah.
So you think so? If I'm summing this up correctly, I think then if a common challenge coming from atheists in some of these circles is, hey, I want an argument for premise one, or you need to give me an argument for this, it's kind of a common thing. And I worry that it's going to become this sort of thing. Like, if I hear a claim, I'm going to ask them to provide me an argument. Oppie's kind of pushback would be like, yeah, I don't know that that's really going to help you, even if they do give you an argument for it. Like, you might not be any more inclined to agree there. It's like, okay, they gave you an argument. Right.
Yeah. I think that there's just something that's going on, right, in it. There's a discourse that's being created there between two sides, where there's this idea that arguments are sort of like something special, something that people who have a privileged form of rationality have for their positions. And so it's almost rhetorical in a way. Like, if you can successfully provide arguments for your view, well, then you're rationally permitted to have your view. And it's like whoever provides the most arguments is the winner. And if you kind of run out of arguments at some point, then you're kind of like, you're irrational, and everyone can kind of point their finger at you and laugh or something like that. But the point is that, just think about it for a second, right? Suppose that the premises are justified by further premises. So that is to say that the premises, themselves stand in need of some justification. Well, then, then there's just going to be some more premises, and we have the question, like what justifies them, and then it might be the case that they stand in need of justification that could go on for infinity. Now, it's either going to be the case that goes on forever, right, for all of these premises forever, and the premises of the premises and so on, or that it stops and bottoms out somewhere, or maybe there's going to be a circular chain of justification, right, for the argument, and then what good is it? Because it's going to be an elaborate form of question begging, because we're going to be depending upon the conclusion somehow, right, in order to establish the premises, and that's just going to be inescapable for pretty much every position. And maybe it is useful if you find that you bottom out somewhere where it might be reasonable to disagree, right? There might be some fundamental intuitions or something that you just don't share. But the problem is with this intuition talk that can just be used as a kind of blank check for anything. And I think that the way most people are actually reasoning about these things, when it comes to something like atheism or theism, is that they actually believe the conclusion one way or the other before they find any of these reasons. And then the reasons are things that are kind of found, post hoc kind of rationalized for why people believe the conclusion one way or another. I mean, that's at least my view. I'm not saying that no one, no one sort of rationally evaluates the evidence and changes their mind about these things. But I do think that most people, at least, sort of just have some judgment about the conclusion. Then they come across the discourse, and then they realize, well, to fit into this discourse, I've got to be doing this thing with these arguments. And then they find arguments and reasons, right, which logically entail the conclusion. And anyway, I'm rambling a bit at this point. So
yeah, but it's making sense. I'm tracking with it, which is good because like I said, I'm not caffeinated, so the fact that I'm following along is a good sign. Hogtie writes exactly. Some of these online debaters treat logical arguments and names of fallacies just like Magic the Gathering cards. Boom, argumentum ad populum. Well, it turns out Rationality Rules actually made a game where you can do that. So if you're interested, go to his channel, subscribe, and buy Debunked, where you can go boom, argumentum ad populum, get wrecked theist. Like,
I mean, and the thing is with a lot of these fallacies, right? I mean, obviously the formal ones, there's going to be a problem, but then, I mean, a lot of the arguments are given in a natural language as well, like we saw, and there's a problem with translating between a natural language and a formal language, right? As we saw with this like tricky word precondition. And obviously, and if you do agree on a translation from a natural language into a formal language, then a formal fallacy is going to be a problem. But a lot of these things, like argumentum ad populum, are going to be informal fallacies as well, which is just to say that, there's many cases where it's in fact not fallacious. Like when it comes to most of my beliefs about, like mathematical theorems, I haven't looked at the proofs. I just sort of like know that most mathematicians who are worth their salt and have authority, believe those things. Most people accept the Pythagorean theorem. Maybe I couldn't provide you with a proof of it right now or something. I mean, I probably could if I sat down with a pen and paper for a second. The same with most of my views about biology, most of my views about physics and so forth. Genuinely, I'm just going to believe them on the basis that most people who I view, most people believe these things, right? And most people who are of some authority believe these things as well. And it's not fallacious in that case to do it. So the informal fallacies, you've got to be kind of careful with too. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that was helpful. I just I posted the link to Debunked, the card game, if anybody's interested. I don't think that I like Rationality Rules content for the most part, and I think that game seems pretty. It's pretty cheeky. I think it was intended to be, but yeah, Hogtie, if you've never seen it, take a look at it. It's pretty good. He's got like a cute little Hitch slap card, which I think is like the wild card. Like you throw Christopher Hitchens at somebody, and they automatically lose by virtue of Hitchens' wit and charm, even if Hitchens is totally wrong. It doesn't matter. Like Hitchens.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks, Nate. Thank you very much.
I hope that was useful and not too pretentious or anything. So there you go. I just thought it was better than kind of like rambling in the chat and disagreeing. So there you go.
Yeah, you're welcome to go back in there, but it is still kind of a pit fight. I think there's like four or five people still arguing with Grey Knight about it.
I don't think Gray's getting it, but I think I pointed out where Gray's confused, right? Which is, so there's a few questions, right? One of the questions is, how should we logically translate ordinary language sentences of X is a precondition for Y into a logical language? So then you have a question like, for example, so rain is a precondition for. if rain is a precondition for wet roads, what's the logic of that? Well, it's, if wet roads, then rain. And then what Gray's getting confused about, I think, is Gray's saying, well, look, that's not a true conditional because you can have wet roads without having rain, right? And then I'm like, yeah, that's right. I agree. I'm not saying that it's a true conditional because I think that, rain being a precondition for wet roads is false. But if you ask me the question, how should that logically be understood, right? That's still how you translate it. It's the same as I could say, my left foot is a precondition for there being a Queen of England or something. And if that's true, right, you logically translate that as if there's a Queen of England, then there's my left foot. Now, I don't think that either. I don't think that's true at all. That's not a true conditional, and that's not a true statement about what's a precondition for what. It's false, but that still is the correct logical translation. I think that's where Gray's getting confused.
Okay. Clive Gordon asks if you're from the same part of the country as Alex Malpass.
I don't know, but he teaches at Bristol, and I have been told I sort of talk like him a lot. And I think he talks quite clearly and helps people understand things. So I do try to emulate him for sure.
Yeah, I've been going back and reading some of his articles on his blog posts. They're quite helpful. I like the way he has a very way of, I think, explaining to lay people some kind of goofier things. And Hogtie has some criticism. It was too pretentious. Say the whole thing over again with an Alabama accent. That's unfair, Hogtie. I don't know that Nate can even do an Alabama accent. I can't pull one of those off. I don't think.
Bama. I don't know.
Yeah. Anytime I try to do a Southern accent, I sound like any kind of like bad actor who just sounds like they're from Texas, or imitates trailer trash. So.
Yeah.
All right, Nate. Well, I won't. Yeah, thank you very much for coming on here. Anytime. Yeah, that was great.
No problem.
Thanks. All right, see ya. All right, folks. Okay, so now that we had that deep dive into some nutritious philosophical goodness, it's time to get back to junk food. So let me share the screen again. We're going to get back into the drama. Okay, so we're still on the Jeff Trimble thing. I'm trying to find the part where what I'm looking for, and I should have gone back and gotten this, but I thought there was an extended part. Essentially, what happens during this whole thing is that Darth, going under one of his other accounts, Evolution False, right? That's Darth Dawkins, for anybody who's wondering. He starts insisting on more and more control over the show. And there's a part in here, and I don't know if we've passed it, but there's a part where he insists on it, and Praise starts, he allows it. And there's actually a live chat replay on here, I think. Let me turn that over and see if I can, because when it happens, I'll know, because my one of my comments popped up when he started doing
I
this.
think there's a difference between rational analogy and reason, right?
Sir, this is a very simple question. You've answered the single most important question of the human existence. You've answered the question, does God exist? Now, your answer is no. I would like to know how you came to this conclusion. Because the reason I'm asking you,
I don't think you really want to know that.
Okay. Well, then we're done. You can remove him because he's wasting our time here. He's sitting there picking his nose, scratching his earlobe, and he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to.
It's not that I don't want to answer it. It's just that I don't think you
Steve,
will.
I asked you an adult question. Steve, I asked you an adult question. What is your reason that God does not exist?
Well, there's multiple reasons. I don't think.
Steve, what is your reason God does not exist?
Yeah, would you let me finish my sentence? There's multiple of reasons why I would say God doesn't exist.
I don't need an introduction. Okay.
Oh my God. You will not let me answer?
This is not a preface to a book. Just tell me why God doesn't exist.
Right. There's multiple of reasons.
There it is. There it is. Right. Like, so it's like, what is your reason for, why don't you believe in God? And then why doesn't a God exist? Right. Those are slightly different. I know Darth likes to use them interchangeably, but he should be clear about that because it is a slightly different question. Praise I Am looks a little bit like the LPP is John Maddox, folks. Logical, probable, plausible. I think is that what that stands for? An adult question. I love the abuse. Yeah. The funny thing about this is that Darth Dawkins doesn't think stuff like that is abuse. So I kind of wonder what kind of snake pit he grew up in, like what his family life was like in his formative years, where that's just like, no, that's just how people talk. Okay, yeah, maybe in like some kind of orc pit or something. Like maybe he was like crafted out of the earth, he just emerged from like a slime bubble, like an urukai or something like that. I'm probably attributing way too much power to Darth Dawkins. That's going to go to his head if it gets back to him.
Can you just give one, sir, please?
If he lets me finish my sentence, I will answer him.
Because I get tired of people dodging and delaying. Just get to
I'm
the
not
point.
dodging or delaying, sir.
You know what? Please get rid of him. This guy's a waste of time.
The reason why I don't believe that
He's a bump on a freaking log. My gosh.
Hey, sir, what's your reason why you believe God doesn't exist? Well, there are many reasons, and then 5 minutes.
Let me stipulate. People claim that Darth Dawkins' evolution false is that I'm shifting the burden of proof. I'm not. There's only two positions. Either we can and will affirm that God is, by virtue that he has revealed himself in his creation, that his creation necessarily indicates and reveals him, and by his purpose, or one will take the not position. So my position is that because we recognize that there's actuality and intelligibility for facts, that they could only be in such possession, identifiably and defensively, if and only if, as facts, they would have to reveal that they originate and reveal the mind of God's eternal properties and characteristics, his mind. Now, if somebody rejects what I just said, which I'm simplifying the case for God, that I'm invoking God by virtue that he revealed himself in creation and for human history, the only alternative is to not accept that, which is a de facto denial. But then you're going to have to make a case for it, because you can't just sit there and just say, oh, well, it's just a rejection of a claim. Because in this situation, there's a dichotomous situation. Okay, so the non-acceptance of the affirmation that
he gets tired of people delaying, but waste 5 minutes stopping a guy from giving a 30-second answer. That's pretty typical. Let's see. Jefferson, can Gray Knight and I call in and talk about this? Well, that wasn't going to be the point of this show, but yeah. Hang on a second. Let's see here. Oh, I don't want to do that. Hang on a second. Okay, there it is again for both of you. You both are tagged in that if you want to jump in. Yeah, I'm struggling to find here in the video. Man, I wish I'd kept that along. Oh, there's my comment. I think that might be getting kind of close. Speaking of LPP, he actually does show up in this whole thing. So, all right, let me stop sharing the screen here. Welcome
Hello.
back, Nate. Long time no see. And then there is Gray Knight.
Hello, Gray Knight.
Hello.
All right. No hitting below the belt. Go ahead and get started.
Well, I guess as I've already sort of described my view of things, do you want to sort of just help me understand what you think is wrong with what I've said, Gray Knight?
Sure. So first of all, I guess it's kind of goes without saying, but converse propositions are not logically equivalent, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by converse. Could you help me to understand?
You don't know what a converse relationship when we're talking about like a conditional propositional statement?
I've never heard.
So the converse would be if A then B. The converse of that would be if B. Then
oh, sorry. Yes, I do. Yeah.
Right. Okay. I know you know this. So like, yeah. I mean, we're just making sure we're on the same page and on the same page with everybody.
Well, I was getting confused. I wasn't sure if you were sort of going to be saying something about like contradictories or something, and you weren't talking about that at all, because I've never talked to you before, so I don't know like where you're coming from or like what you're trying to communicate to me or anything.
Sure.
Like that.
So like if we're talking, it's let's do rain in the roads, because that's easier to wrap our minds around than God, right? So if rain is a precondition for the roads being wet, I'm saying that if you formulate that as if rains then roads, then that's logically valid and also logically sound. If you say, well, it's raining, therefore the roads will be wet. And if you say, well, the roads aren't wet, therefore it isn't raining, like that's all valid and sound. But if you do it in the other way, as you're suggesting, you end up with a logical argument that is valid, but unsound. And that's why I'm saying that the reverse has to be the correct formulation. Otherwise, you're not using logic to map to reality. Like it doesn't work.
Okay, so I think let me try to repeat back to you what I think you've said, right? So you're saying that you agree that the statement rain is a precondition for the roads being wet is true. Is that right?
Yes, rain is a precondition for roads being wet. Yes.
And so you're saying, and if you accept what I've said about how to translate that sentence logically, then it comes out as a conditional that's clearly false. And so because the first statement is true, if it results in a conditional that's false, then there's something wrong with my translation. Is that right?
Well, yes, if it doesn't map to what we understand about the real world relationships between rain and roads, that's why it's unsound. Like, is it not?
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, obviously, given my views about how to translate it right, I don't think the first sentence is a true sentence. So I'm thinking about
wait. So what don't you think is true? Don't refer to it as the first sentence.
That rain is a precondition for wet roads.
You don't think that rain is a precondition? Okay, explain that to me. How do roads remain dry when it's
well?
raining?
That you'd have to ask me. Well, how is it that roads can be wet without it raining? Right. That would be the question. There'd have to be some possible case.
That's irrelevant to the argument. No. That's irrelevant to the argument. See, now you're trying to like flip it. That's why my formulation is correct and yours would not be. Let's work this out. If you'd like to open up a notepad and write this out like formally, sure, that'd be great. Because your formulation.
So I understand what. So let me just change this to rain is a precondition for wet roads. Right, and my formulation would be to say wet roads and rain. Hopefully you can see that.
That's perfect.
Yeah. Do you want me to type out?
Well, right. So then what would be the logically valid conclusions that you could draw from your expression of that statement?
That if there were wet roads, then it's raining. That would be it. If it's not raining, then there's not wet roads.
Okay, but if there are wet roads, it could have been any of a million other things that could make the roads wet, right? Like a truck full of water could have spilled over. Someone.
Yeah, I agree. That's why. That's why I don't think the conditional is true. So in my view,
so now write it my way.
And this are both false.
Right. So your formulation leads to arguments that are illogical, right? They're just not sound. It doesn't make sense. There are other ways that the roads could be wet.
Well, yeah, but I don't think that they're true, right? So if I thought that there were things weren't
why
true,
won't you write out my way?
Well, I'm getting round to it, right? But, but what you're trying to do is you're trying to sort of put words in my mouth that aren't things I would say. And I sort of don't appreciate that. So I wanted to pause and address that before, but I'm more than happy to write it your way. And I think I understand your point. But so I understand your point, right? That if it's raining, then there's wet roads is a true conditional. And I agree with that, right?
And
but
right.
I don't.
And also, right, I always confuse these. Modus Ponens is the one going backwards, right?
Modus tollens going backwards.
So I always mess that up. But yeah, the reverse is also true. If the roads aren't wet, then it is not raining.
Yeah, we can say. So I can agree that that's a true conditional, though. and think that it's not the correct translation of the first sentence, can't I?
Then I don't know what you mean by not correct, because if my translation leads to conclusions that you agree with, and your translation leads to conclusions that you agree aren't true, then I don't know what correct means anymore. I don't know why you're even saying that.
Well, I think that both. I think that this sentence is false in the first place, right? So that's perfectly consistent with my also thinking that the conditional one framed this way is false as well. So
why do you think that roads won't get wet when it's raining?
That's not what I think.
But that you said the first one isn't true. Then in what sense is it not true?
So what you're doing, right, when you say I don't think the first one is true, is that you then logically translate it into the way that you understand the logical translation, and then ask me a question based off of that conditional. Whereas so what you'd have to show me, right, is that I think
I'm not formulating it any way. I'm asking you in what sense is the state of affairs that rain does not lead to wet roads?
Well, I think that's irrelevant to the point, because I don't think that rain.
That's why is it irrelevant when I'm asking you?
So here's what I think, right? I think that this is false. I think that this is false, and I think that this is true. So it would be kind of weird, on my view, if the logical translation of a false sentence led to a true sentence, wouldn't it?
Again, I'm asking you, like, you're now begging the question that it's false and therefore more in accord with.
Well, I'm not saying this to persuade you.
I'm waiting. I'm still not hearing, and you're interrupting me, by the way. I'm still not hearing.
Well, because you're being rude, and I think that's fine, right, when you're being rude.
Okay, but again, you're interrupting me. Again, I haven't heard why you think that when it's raining, the roads will not therefore become wet.
So I don't think
the hypothesis is that rain is a precondition, and the conclusion is that it leads to wet roads. That's how that works. That's how it works in philosophy. It's how it works in programming. That's how that statement works, right?
Yeah. So as I don't think that, I don't have to provide you with a case where it's true, because I think it's false.
I'm asking you to explain why it's false. Like, again, you're making a claim. You're not giving me an argument for why that's so. I'm not inclined to agree with you. And I think that I'll leave it to the audience as to whether or not they think that rain leads to wet roads.
Okay, so here's how I think about it. I understand rain being a precondition for wet roads to just be the claim that whenever there are wet roads, it's raining. It's saying, according to me, this is not according to you, so I'm not trying to persuade you with this, nor am I begging the question, that whenever there are wet roads, logically, that means it's raining. So that's to say that rain is a necessary condition for wet roads. That is expressed by the following condition.
You added the word necessary there. I just want to.
Yes, I did. I agree.
Okay, but the word necessary is not there originally.
And what did I say before I said necessary?
You said that rain is a necessary condition for wet roads.
What did I say before that?
You just changed the argument. You just changed the argument by adding the word necessary. So I submit that, like, this is done. Like, you're now changing the argument in order to kludge it into, like, what you're claiming is the correct formulation.
No, I agree. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. That's why I said the sentence. I take it.
But that's a different argument.
I'm not making an argument. I'm describing the way that I think about it. I am not making the claim that you think about it this way. I agree that you disagree, right? I'm telling you how I think about it, not how you think about it. If you could extend the same courtesy to me, to not tell me that how you think about it is how I think about it, that would be very nice.
I'm getting lost in the meta about, like, how this conversation is going instead of the actual argument itself. So,
well, that's because you're being an asshole without listening, right?
You're the one name calling. So, like, you know.
Well, I am name calling.
I'm an asshole. I guess I'm an asshole, but at least I'm not resorting to calling you names.
Resorting to. Look, stop being an asshole, right? You don't need to say resorting to. You're the one resorting to saying resorting to, right? Just chill out and listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay. So in my thinking, this is not in your thinking, right? I take that this claim of something being a precondition for something else to be the claim that that first something is necessary for that second something. That's why I logically translate it this way, right? So then when I think about this conditional, if there's wet roads, then it's raining, I think that's obviously false, because there are cases where the antecedent can be true, but the consequent false. Those would be cases, say, where someone pours a glass of water out of the window or sprays a hose pipe around, whatever. And so that informs my thinking that it's false that rain is a precondition for wet roads. I also think, cases like you described, right? Like where a truck with a water butt on the back is going around and leaking would also be a counterexample to rain being a precondition for wet roads. Because in that case, rain was not a precondition, right? Because the roads got wet without rain. And that's how I'm thinking about it. Honestly, I'm not really sure what you expect me to do in terms of providing you with an argument for this. I think it would probably, maybe what I think would convince you is consulting like some sort of like logic textbook or something, right, which says this is the way it ought to be translated logically. And maybe that's something that would change your mind. But I don't think me just describing how I think about it is going to persuade you.
It really won't persuade me when my formulation for this logical conundrum actually tracks with what you're saying about, whether somebody could use a garden hose or whether a truck could fall over. You can't conclude that just because there are wet roads that it rained, right? That would be affirming the consequent. That tracks with my formulation, doesn't track with yours, which again leads me to conclude that.
Well, no, I don't think the conditional is true. So that doesn't mean that I'm committed to the consequent if I'm committed to the antecedent, right? Stop trying to put words in my mouth like this.
I'm not
please
putting
address
it,
what I've actually said.
I'm telling you what I think.
Yeah, but I'm not affirming the consequent if I'm not making any set of claims. If you're going to get this unglued,
I think we're done. I think that there's really no point in continuing this. Like,
why are you? Where am I affirming the consequent? Tell me where I'm affirming the consequent. Because you were being a dick, right? You're trying to tell me that I'm committing a logical fallacy. Yeah, I am name calling because I think it's true that you're being a dick.
No, I think it's true that you've hit the wall, that you've completely tapped out your ability to engage.
It's not true that I've completely.
It's clear to everyone that you're incorrect.
It's not clear to see what a dick you're being. It's clear. Look, listen, everyone. Everyone thinks you're an asshole. Just glance at the chat. Everyone thinks that you're wrong, right?
That's fine.
Everyone thinks you're a dick. It's clear you've tapped out. It's clear you're a little bitch. Like I can do that too, but instead I try to actually.
And yet my formulation is the one that tracks with reality and what you think is true.
Well, I think that my one is the one that tracks with reality, right?
No, but it doesn't. You just conceded that wet roads don't necessarily lead to rain, but that's true on my side. That's true in my formulation, but it is not true in yours.
I think that my translation is correct. I do not think that either claim is true. You're telling me that if I think that my translation is correct, then I'm committed to both claims being true. But I don't think that either is true.
And
right? You can't just tell me that I have to think.
I'm still waiting to hear how, when it rains, it won't lead to wet roads.
Well, I mean, I could be a dick about that, right? And just say that someone decides to build arches over the roads, right? And then the roads aren't wet. I mean, if we want to just randomly muddy the waters to be assholes to one another, but I wasn't doing that because I actually thought there might be hope.
I mean, yes, clearly, if you build an indoor road,
yeah, I know, and I'm saying I could be a little bitch like that, right, and do that sort of thing. But I was trying to be charitable and say, look, I agree that your conditional is true.
I mean,
so I could clarify what the actual problem is.
To like, the local area will be wet, right? And
yeah, right. We can do that. We can be silly bastards to each other and play a stupid game where we try to outsmart one another.
I'm not
and
playing
make the other person.
Now you are doing that and telling me I'm playing.
That is what you're doing. That's precisely what you're doing when you tell me that I'm affirming the consequent. That's precisely what you're doing, right? Because I've done no such thing.
Well, I'm saying that if you were to then argue that wet roads lead to rain, that would be affirming the consequent. Which
but I'm not doing that. Argument. If I were to do that, right? But again, have I done that?
Okay, you're interrupting me. I said if.
I am interrupting you.
Right. You're interrupting me unnecessarily because I predicated
necessarily. I'm interrupting you.
Yeah, okay.
I got it.
No, you're very butthurt. It's very clear.
I'm going to wait. Okay, so yeah, this isn't productive. I think the only way you guys would ever settle this disagreement, I think, is probably maybe by corresponding over this, because I think even a hosted chat.
I think clear that my formulation tracks and his does not. So I think that's all there is to say about it. I appreciate you bringing me up here, by the way.
Well, what your argument is like saying, right? It's like saying the correct translation of this statement is actually 1 + 1 = 2, because that's a true statement, right? So mine actually tracks with reality now. And so that's actually a better translation than this, because that one's true and it tracks with reality. And I just want to believe in reality, bro. That's the argument that you're making. It's so stupid.
Is it? Is it really?
Yes.
Okay, if you say so.
Okay, well, if you guys want to talk about this later, I mean, because you definitely do not see eye to eye on it, and I think, yeah, the conversation I don't think is helping anybody else make sense out of it. So I'm just going to leave it at that. But thank you, Nate and Gray, for coming in here to discuss this. Sorry you couldn't reach an accord on it, but yeah. I think you guys would have to talk about this someplace else if you're gonna. I think you need more time to actually sort this out. So yeah, I'm gonna get back into covering Darth shenanigans. So thank you guys both for being on here. Nate's left. Great night. I will see you later. All right, let me share the screen out here again, and we'll get back to that. I think I know where each of them are going with this. I mean, I knew where Nate was on it. I'm more confused now as to where Grey Knight was on his original position, especially when he was jumping around between valid and sound. But yeah, I'm less certain as to what his original perspective was on this. So, all right, let me bring up the screen here again. Let's see. We're back in here, and Jay is in here for a brief bit. Jay, what's going on? Did you have anything to add?
This, just to clarify, is this all about this argument here? Premise 1, for there to be intelligibility in the world, God must exist because God is a precondition for intelligibility. Premise 2, there is intelligibility in the world, and then conclusion, God exists. Is that the affirming the consequent challenge?
Well, I think that's the Bonson argument, but it wasn't specifically that. The one that they were looking at was the one back.
Because the only two that I saw was that short one, and then I saw that tag argument, which is like 9 premises. That's what I was wondering. Because that argument, that intelligibility argument, that one is valid. It's not necessarily true, but it is a valid argument. That's what I thought that they were talking about, or I thought maybe that's what Grey Knight was referring to, was this argument here, this syllogism here was affirming the consequent. Because that is not affirming the consequent.
Well, I was trying to find out where it was located in the video, but I'm not finding it anymore. It was only that
one. Is it like that one where he has the page up and it's like a bunch of letters? And
it's this one that I've got on the screen now. Premise 1, for X to be the case, Y would have to be the case because Y is a precondition of X. Right? X is the case, Y is the case. Right? And so I think when Grey Knight had seen that, he said, well, Y is a precondition for X. And then it's saying so, and then they're saying X, and then Y, that looks like it's affirming the consequent.
Y would have to be the case. So Y would be the precondition for X.
Right. So a lot of it is going to depend on how you word it from there. But as Nate's translating that, he's not saying that, because what this ends up getting translated into later, and Praise does bring this up, this translates to premise 1, if intelligibility exists, then a God exists. Intelligibility exists, therefore a God exists, right? Basic modus ponens. So I think they phrase it that way, right? And if that's how you're doing that in English, then it's not begging the question. And the way that Nate translated the way this, I thought this was confusing too, the way premise 1 was being put in here. Nate was constructing this like, no, it's not affirming the consequent. So that this part on the screen was what Grey Knight had a problem with. He thought that this was,
if you have if X then Y, X therefore Y. I don't think Yeah, so for X to be the case, then you have Y. So if X to be the case, if X then Y, X, therefore Y. Yeah, it's not affirming the consequent. It's just kind of sloppily. That first premise, I think, has more to it than it needs to. Y would have to be the case because Y is the precondition of X.
It gets changed later on when they get into the, I think here, for there to be intelligibility in the world, God must exist because God is a precondition for intelligibility. There is intelligibility in the world. Conclusion.
Yeah, that's not affirming. Yeah, that's valid, not necessarily true.
Yeah. That's essentially it.
Yeah, that's the one that I was just reading.
Yeah, that's it in English, right? But the way that it was done, that XY formulation, especially in the first premise, like if you just look at that like that, then it almost does look like it's affirming the consequent. But it's the way you translate that into the syllogism. That premise one, I still argue that premise one is worded clumsily.
I think, it does throw you. Yeah, from looking at it myself, it does throw me. But then again, neither you or I have any formal training in logic, so we're just going off of what we've been, what little we've done with logic. I mean, recognizing certain logical fallacies and stuff like that. But yeah, you start getting into. I'm going to have to start working on my Logic 101 book, I guess. But it depends too on the language, because sometimes the way people will write something it'll kind of throw you. So it takes a little bit to kind of go, wait, are they going if X then Y or if Y then X? And I just want the example. That's all I want. If you're going to say that there's a God, I just want the example of the God, not the byproducts of the thing. I want the actual thing. You know what I'm saying?
Well, but that's sort of where Nate was getting into when he was kind of talking about API, right? If you come up with some of these arguments to explain this, like one about intelligibility, right? Like you get a valid argument, right? But you're going to use that to compare it with the data points that you currently have out there, right? And you're going to be looking at different explanations like that particular argument that provide the best explanation for those data points, right? And I think API's usual thing is like you want an explanation, you want something that provides, that's the most explanatorily satisfies the most explanation while simultaneously making the least amount of commitments, like philosophical commitments. You don't have to extrapolate out to metaphysics and transcendentals and all this kind of stuff and try to build off that. You kind of want to, you want something that's it's more satisfactory and in an explanatory sense if it has fewer commitments. I think that's always been API's push, right? So I thought even if you do come up with an argument, you come up with a pretty rock solid, valid argument for it. Like Bonson's argument there, right? That's one that's been used by apologists a lot, right? But the problem is, it's like, okay, that's a valid argument, but as an atheist, I don't really agree with it.
Yeah,
right?
It's kind of like
convincing.
Yeah, it's kind of like what you and I were talking about the other day. Whereas if somebody presents this for the first time to someone, they present this particular concept to someone, and then they flush out the particular concept, and the person goes, okay, I don't believe that's the case, right? So when they say, I believe it, when they do that, then the other person, there seems to be kind of this road or this idea of this kind of assumed obligation that if just because the person hasn't convinced you of this particular thing being the case, therefore you have to give the necessary precondition, right? If they're trying to say that this is the necessary precondition for all things, and then you go, yeah, okay, let's flush that out, and then at the end you go, I don't believe that's the necessary precondition for all things. Well, why don't you believe it's the necessary precondition for all things? And it's as though by saying it's not necessary, or that you believe it's not necessary, now you're somehow obligated to give an argument by what is necessary. And that by you saying no, in my opinion, by you just saying no, I don't believe that to be the case, you're not giving any kind of burden of necessity in any way, shape, or form, because you're not arguing for any necessity. You're just saying, I don't think that is necessary. I don't believe that is necessary. Well, what do you think is necessary? I don't know, but based on what you're trying to convince me of, I don't believe it's that. And then you can go that way. That's my opinion, though. People might have a problem with that. But again, it's kind of like if somebody tells me, I believe so-and-so, I believe Albert robbed the bank yesterday, and they're looking for the suspect who robbed the bank, and I believe it's Albert, and then they give their reasons why they believe it was Albert that robbed the bank, and they're telling me this, and I go, yeah, I don't believe it was Albert that robbed the bank. Oh, then tell me who it was that robbed the bank, huh? I don't know, but I don't believe it was Albert.
Yeah, but I mean, again, I don't think this is beyond. This has gone well beyond what I was going to cover. So
okay,
I'm going to get back into this. So, do you want to stick around?
Yeah, I'll stick around. I'll just stay stum unless you want my opinion on something. I'll just stay quiet. I'll mute my mic.
All right. Let me know that. I guess I'll put you in the.
I'll sit here. I'll just mute. I'll just sit here and I'll just.
Okay, coming up to
like a lump.
I'm coming up to a point here where I think I made a comment. I'm wondering what it was here in Praise's thing.
We know their names anymore. Oh, good. So welcome.
Go ahead, Skinny Pete.
Or Skinny Pete.
Wait. What mic am I using? I can't hear you in my headphones. How do I do this?
So on the bottom of your screen where it says settings, click the settings button. Click audio.
Okay.
And then where it says mic, choose where you want the sound where you are talking to go through, and then it'll go down the speaker, and that's where the sound that we are saying comes out of. So the top one, if you have a microphone plugged in, switch it to your microphone, and then the speaker, whatever it be if you have speakers or you have your computer hooked up to an HD TV, whatever, that's where you want your sound to come out of.
Yeah, I got my headphones on, but
you can't hear us. Oh dang.
So
Jefferson,
wait, can you hear me?
I hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah. Look, I'm just going to use my phone. So if you can hear yourself coming through the thing, that's fine.
Yeah.
So So what were you just saying to that guy, Darth?
Hey, Jeff.
Which guy?
Yes.
That's still very much a hot button topic right now in your live chat.
Oh no, I know that it's
now Hog ties in it. That's gonna get fun over there.
No, he's not now. He's been in it. He's been following along.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying it looks like it's evolved more. I'm seeing a lot more writing, but anyway, I just thought I'd point that out.
So I think So Praise highlighted my little trolley comment here, and then tries to get me involved in this. I'm trying to get to. Do you happen to know, since you are here, do you know when Darth kind of went off and decided that he needed like all the power that Praise could give him?
It happens. I think it happens. Who does he pull it on? I think he pulls it on. Oh, it's the same thing. I think it's right around the part where you see, like what Knock covered, where you see Rob Reed come in. And he kicks Rob Reed. And then JG says something that he wasn't being that bad. And then I think Darth kicks JG. And then it just, I think there was other bannings that were going on in the background that not everybody's aware of. Because from what Praise said, Darth went and banned a lot of people.
Well,
and
yeah,
not just from his YouTube, from StreamYard as well.
Oh, so they can't even join.
Yeah, they couldn't even join StreamYard.
Jesus.
So Praise gave him admin privileges, the same as like what he did to Gavin. He did the exact same thing with Darth that he did with Gavin. He gave him full access to his YouTube. It looks like he gave him full access to his YouTube channel. So that means that Darth could time out mods that way, because he now has the same privilege or the same status as the owner of the channel, and he had the code. So when he was in StreamYard, he had the same powers on StreamYard as Praise.
Yeah, and I'm trying to find out if my.
This is why I agreed with Knock when Knock said you did this same stupid shit with Gavin and it fucked your channel over, and now you're doing it with Darth, and Darth is guaranteed to fuck your channel over. Paraphrasing.
Yeah, I think he thought that no, Darth and I are chums now. Praise doesn't have good judgment. I mean, that's just. But I see this Derek Lee guy.
How would he think that you guys were chums now? That you? Huh?
No, I misspoke. He thinks he's chums with. He thinks he and Darth are chummy now. Darth would never do that to him. You know how he gets, right? If he's friends with him, then he can just, here, you can have the keys to my house, and then then he realizes after the fact when the guy's cleaned his place out, like, I didn't realize that guy was that big of a jerk. Like, everybody told you he would rob you, right? Like,
yeah, he did. Yeah, he ate all your food, he dirtied all your dishes, and he left shit out. Yeah,
he killed your dog, slept with your mom, burned down the backyard.
And if you're not careful, he changes the locks before you can get home. Yeah,
Darth
that's
Dawkins,
problematic.
Darth Dawkins, passive-aggressive suburban Viking, world's worst housecast.
Yep.
Well, let's see what he does here, because I think this is before JG comes in.
Who the Lord is. Yeah.
They just have Darth Dawkins syndrome. They just keep following Darth. They hate his guts so much, and they take it out on those that's like associated or something, and it's sad. And they ask us about Darth, like me. It's like it's. Oh my God, I don't know these people.
Yeah, well, they live in darkness. The one thing we know about atheists is they don't have life. The people who really follow Jesus Christ, they are regenerated within. They have a spiritual life. There's the Holy Spirit with them, and they're happy and joyous. Really in any type of circumstance.
We all have life.
How does he classify life if he was of the position that everything exists in the mind of God, and it seems that he's been drifting back to that?
But because that's still life, right?
And everybody has the same life. Everybody's existing in the mind of God, so it's the same life. Even if the person is,
it's praise, man. Like
even if the people are in denial, it's still the same life objectively. Jesus Christ, man!
Atheists don't have a life. Am I a lich?
I'll classify as that. Why not? 8:30.
And they do have life, hope, love. Their life is fulfilled.
They have no choice but to worship the creation and just to say, well, everything just is. That's what they'll say, reality.
How many Christians struggle with the idea of what God wants to do with them, with their life?
Well, Darth, implicitly they're saying reality is abstract, universal, right? So if it is, can you go over it maybe in detail, maybe to help me understand?
When we say reality is an abstract universal, this is not to say that what the term represents does not exist concretely. The particulars exist, but their unity takes place in the mind. Okay.
So they're conceptual to us because they transcend us.
Right. So it's not that the particulars collectively don't exist. It's that the collating or the unifying of them takes place in the mind. There's not something kind of concrete. Whereas, for example, in the God world, we have God as a concrete particular who then creates and sustains a plurality of particulars. And they are all unified at various levels by the power, the purpose, and the plan of God. So God is a... Well, this is stuff that I've drawn from Van Til. And
this is Darth's own pet theory.
It comes from studying what they're writing and then ruminating upon it. Okay,
what book is?
It's not in any particular book. So
like
Van Til refers to God as the concrete universal. It's a term that comes out of idealism. Although Van Til is highly critical of idealism.
I'm an idealist.
But he realized that there were certain.
I'm an idealist. Okay, so I guess he's back into that.
I would just like to say that I think this is like, I think I'd rather just have a hat pin, slowly inserted into one of my ears.
I know. And I'm just waiting for where's the part where you, let's see here.
Oh, that's not till way late. That's after he kicks Rob Reed. Yeah, that's way later in.
I think that must have been, where was Rob Reed? Because there's JG there. I think Rob Reed comes in later because Rob Reed is not in for long. There he is. This is the part, because Jill's in there.
Yeah, Jill comes in. Yeah, Jill comes in shortly after. I haven't watched a lot of this. I haven't seen a lot of this. I mean, I saw some of it when he was live, and obviously I was interacting in the live chat right before I got blocked by Darth Dawkins. But Cheryl did unblock me and Secular Pagan Mom. I think Cheryl probably unblocked more than just us too. From what I heard, there was a lot of fucking band hammering going on that one.
And things, maybe like a minute or so. But if he doesn't come in, I'm going to shut her down.
He was waiting for Rob?
Hey, what did I say that's a word salad?
Can you hear me okay? Or is it too loud?
Yeah. Let's just get to the point because Praise wants to shut this down. What did I say that was a word salad?
Hey, Russ.
I came in on the conversation. And
my spot was before this.
You just explained the marble thing again. It sounded like a word salad to me.
Don't go back.
Okay,
There's no
point.
I'm sorry.
There's no point.
Okay, what we're commenting on is the deployment of atheists appealing to reality as the ground of all being rather than God. Okay, do you understand that so far?
I guess. I mean, so
okay, are you a Christian?
And what we can feel and what we know.
Are you? Well, you can't see reality. Okay, you see a subset. You see a subset of it.
We see reality.
Okay, Rob, are you okay? Rob, I'm just going to ask you a series of quick, fair, truncated questions for purposes of clarity. Are you?
He does realize he doesn't have to use quick and truncated in the same time.
No, he doesn't.
Truncated kind of means shortened or quick. Yeah. Kind of just a redundancy.
If somebody like Darth asks the question like, "Hey, can I ask you a fair question?" then it's perfectly okay for you to respond with, "Why did you have to use the word fair to describe the question you're about to ask me?"
Yeah.
Like what kind of conversations are you used to having, man?
Yeah.
Well,
Right,
remember,
okay. Look,
remember,
I'm
the foaming of the mouth atheists are the ones to blame for Darth's bad behavior. Remember, Darth doesn't have any true accountability for his bad behavior. All of his years of dealing with foaming at the mouth atheists has given him a condition, a psychological condition. And then what we see here is a demonstration that if Rob Reed starts to any way kind of remind Darth Dawkins of an atheist, he gets triggered and responds accordingly, as he would with an atheist, not with a fellow Christian. Just having a little fun with that. But go ahead.
But this is a pretty good example because he's not in here. Rob's not in here long because I saw this when Raging Atheists covered this. But this is a pretty good example because at this point, I'm pretty sure at this point, Darth has been given like any and all administrative powers possible by Praise, and he just bans this guy. And Rob is like a relatively long-term regular viewer and participant on Praise's channel, and Rob is a Christian.
Rob normally hangs out over at Bruce's channel, Blessed Bible Fight Club. That's where I always saw Rob. Yeah, Rob was a regular over on Bruce's channel.
Well, that's interesting. I'm not like I said, I don't go to Praise's live streams that often, but it seems like anytime I'm there, I see evidence that Rob has stopped by, usually in the live chat at some point. So I know he's at least moderately popping in there, kind of keeping an eye on things. So
Rob Reed, if I remember correctly, it was an associate of Rob Reed's that took the pictures of Smokey Saint and Kylo Ken at the courthouse in North Carolina.
Rob Reed did? He was one of them?
He knew, from what I heard.
He was the one that took the photos, right?
He
had the friend that took the photos.
He had the friend that took the photos. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Person.
Or maybe
I've been doing this for 10 years. I don't put up with people trolling me either. Okay, do not overtalk me. Do not overtalk me. Are you even listening to me, Rob? Hey, Rob, don't overtalk me.
And this is where Darth starts treating Praise's channel like a Discord server.
Yeah.
His Discord
server. Listen to me, Rob. If you overtalk me, I'm going to kick you without warning. Explain it to me. Okay, goodbye. Okay. Rob, did you hear what I just said?
No.
Okay, Rob.
Listen carefully, everybody. Listen to this because I do have it sped up just a little bit, 0.25, but try to listen in the background for a little sound that happens. It comes from Praise.
Rob, do not overspeak me while I'm talking. Are we clear?
Crystal.
Okay. Is your academic background that you're
a little stank on that word?
A little stank on that, yeah.
School graduate.
Crystal.
Yeah, among a couple other things.
Okay, good. So you're an educated man. Okay.
Some might.
Okay. So all I'm just telling you is I don't mind if you disagree with me intellectually or as an adult, but if you verbally jerk me around like unbelievers do, I'll kick you without warning.
Okay?
See?
Kick you without warning. This is like the second or third time he's told Rob that he'll kick him without warning. Those satisfy the criteria for warning. He's warned him already.
He's warned him. Yeah, he's already warned him. This is like his third time warning him.
He's warned him at least twice with that exact language, and he's implied it heavily with other things that he said. So yeah.
Now,
all I'm saying is
I have a higher standard for people who have academic degrees than I do for just run-of-the-mill people. Okay.
Do you have an academic
word reality? Okay, I don't get into my personal background.
What about that is necessarily personal? What if that's just professional, right? Like, I don't get that. Like, there are plenty of people. I mean, maybe it's because I've been working from home and we do a lot of video, online chats and stuff. You see a lot of people's offices, right, that they've got set up at their homes. And one of the things that's very common to see hanging on their wall is where they went to school, right? You'll see that more likely than you might see behind them, like on an end table or something, a picture of their family or something like that. But if they don't want anything that personal on there, that'll be gone. But the sheepskin, that'll still be hanging from the wall. Like they're some credentials from the school. It's not that personal, right? Like I don't understand this. Like, because
Yeah.
once somebody finds out, the reason why is because he knows damn well that if somebody finds out that he's got some education, they will do to him what he does to anybody who has everything, including up to having a PhD. Right? You've got a master's degree, Darth. You should be able to follow along with this. What the hell's wrong with you today? Did you not have your Geritol? You know he doesn't want to eat that shit, right? Or what's more likely the case, he doesn't have any real higher education, maybe some community college credits under his belt, and he doesn't want to eat shit from people saying he's a community college dropout. So either way, the only reason he's avoiding that is because he doesn't want to actually. He's not brave enough to just basically stand by whatever his decision was to pursue higher education or not pursue it. Right? It doesn't make a difference if he has or hasn't. Right? It shouldn't to anyone else. But the fact of the matter is, he judges people for it.
Yeah,
and he thinks everyone else will judge people for it because he's a superficial asshole, and he just assumes everyone else is too.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but if somebody ever did that in a conversation where they go, "Yeah, look, you see that degree hung up on my wall? It says it's from Harvard," and I'm like, "Good for you. Do you see on my wall back there? Yeah, nothing. There's nothing on your wall." I'm like, "There's a shelf right next to my wall with over 400 Funko Pops that say I don't give a fuck." Just being as ignorant as can be.
Yeah, that's just weird.
Just ignorant as shit. Just like, yeah, I got. It's like saying, "Oh well, I got chicken," you know.
Like, that's my degree from Yale. Like, I've got a Rachel Hunter poster on my wall from the mid '90s. You want to see that? You know, yeah, no.
I still got the Cindy Crawford workout VHS.
Tyler West, if Darth had a degree, we would never stop hearing about it. I kind of agree. I kind of think that's the case. The fact that he's saying, like, well, I'm not going to get into that personal information. The reason that's personal is because he knows that people that he talks to and people that he has pissed off over the years, over a decade's worth of abusing people verbally online, if they find out that this guy dropped out of English 101 at a community college and he bitches about people giving him community college lectures, like, oh, that's why you're frustrated, Darth, because you couldn't deal with community college. And
the thing about this is that he likes to know about that from the person that he's talking to, but if it's flipped, he says no. He's not going to say anything about himself.
But consider the source.
But you could just as easily dismiss him then. You could go, well,
but
I got the same criteria, Darth, so I'm just going to walk away from this now because that's
the problem. No one else would care. No one else would treat higher education as a way. Like if he finds out about higher education, he uses something that he thinks people should be proud of as a reason why they should be ashamed of themselves for talking to him and getting things wrong.
Oh yeah, okay.
He twists it on him, right? So even if he had a degree, he wouldn't want anybody to know it. I don't think, right? Like now, if he had a PhD, he'd be Dr. Darth, and he'd be lording over absolutely everybody. I think, right? But the fact that if he's got like just an associate's degree or anything like that, I think he'd feel kind of vulnerable about that, right? So that's the reason he thinks that everybody else is just as shamelessly superficial as he is. That's why he won't touch this. He won't reveal it in himself, right?
Yeah.
Because he uses if a person doesn't have a degree, well, maybe they should have gotten one because they're a dum-dum, right? He'll use that. If they do have a degree, I'm surprised you made it through school because while I'm talking to you, you're a dum-dum.
Yeah, he'll use that. Yeah, he'll kind of use that as a bludgeoning tool. If he finds out that they have any kind of bona fides, he will use that bona fides. If things don't make sense to him, the way that he wants them to make sense coming from this particular individual, then he'll just blame their education for them not being good at whatever education that they got. And it's somehow not fair that they've got that education because clearly from Darth having a conversation with them, they're a fucking idiot.
Dee is a dentist school dropout. That actually, I don't think he is because dental school is sometimes harder to get into some med schools. I think Dee dropped out of the certificate program to be a dental hygienist assistant. That's why I think he got right.
Acupuncture, Jeff. Acupuncture.
And even they have to go through the licensing for acupuncture is more than what Darth he'd be willing to take.
Well, then Gavin is more educated than Darth Dawkins. Because Gavin is supposedly an acupuncturist.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Rob, listen to me carefully.
Well, I mean,
okay?
Rob,
I'm talking. Rob, I answer you. No, okay. Rob, listen to me carefully.
Yes, right? Okay.
If you try to verbally jerk me around without further warning, I will kick you from the stream.
Okay.
Okay, if you're going to be
without further warning, nothing but warnings. Hang on. AJ, thank you very much for the super chat. But the super chat is the intent of the original argument is necessary precondition. Changing that meaning is a straw man. So AJ weaponizing his super chat for the argument that I think Grey Knight and Nate are still having.
And with Hogtie in tow, and I think a couple others as well. There was another user that commented on Grey Knight's position as well.
House of Comments writes, are the atheists giggling and gossiping like little girls again? Well, actually, we're capable of doing more than one thing at the same time. So this atheist is giggling and gossiping like a little girl. But there are atheists in the live chat that are actually having a knockdown, drag-out, philosophical discussion about logic. So, come for the giggles and the gossip. Stay for the in-depth, fraught, I would say in some cases, savage breakdown of logic.
And you just all you got to do. Fun. You just got to sit there when you read those comments. You got to go, "Ooh, I hope people have their reading comprehension hat on today, because fuck."
Snotty and passive aggressive, I will kick you. Understand?
Yeah.
Okay, so somebody's laughing in the background. I don't know if that was Jill or Praise.
That's somebody who's been laughing at. I think
that
that's
you use the word
Jay.
reality in one sentence. What does that refer to?
That's everything that we see and feel and believe that we exist in. It's the only thing that our senses can give us an understanding of.
Okay. Now,
yes,
I wouldn't say it's the
only. So other things that are included or excluded beyond what you have acquisition through your senses.
Sure, of course, I'm a God believer.
So those things that you don't have contact with your senses, are they a part or not a part of reality?
They would be a part of reality.
Okay, you've now contradicted yourself because you just said reality is only that. Rob, do not overspeak me.
Yeah. So now he's going to try to hang him for something he just said because he said only. So now Darth is going to hang him with that use of the word only.
Yeah. KJV says, I know you're keenly interested, LOL, but Gavin is in a debate with Steve Appel from Clubhouse tonight. Midnight UK, London, GMT, only saying. Okay. Cool.
People are still debating that guy? Okay.
I wonder who's hosting that one. It's probably not MDD because I don't think James will have Gavin on MDD anymore.
I don't think he will either.
I'm wondering who's doing that. Maybe it's SFT or something.
Could be.
Said to me that reality only pertains to that which you have acquisition through sense perception. But you've now expanded the definition of reality to include those things that do exist that don't have.
My reality includes God.
Okay, reality. Rob, if you're an educated man, I'm going to give you one more warning. Hey, Rob, do you hear the agitation in my voice?
Don't allow me.
Okay, Rob. Okay, goodbye, Rob. Goodbye, Rob. Okay, you're going to be. Okay, yeah. Why am I? Okay, Rob, you goodbye. You're done.
Now,
I think Rob's doing all right. You just kind of.
Hey, Jefferson.
So,
I would like to point out for everybody in the audience, if you are actually not paying attention to the argument that Grey Knight and Nathan are having, if you're actually listening to this, just try to picture that conversation happening around a dinner table or out on someone's patio. It's not a good image.
KJV, what's your maybe I probably already know who you are, but what's your YouTube channel? Where are you going to be hosting that?
Oh, is KJV? Is that Bob? Is that boot the door and shout through the crack? Is that just another one of his?
Could be. I mean, it could be praise at this point. I don't know.
I thought it might be.
I mean, is that really necessary?
No reason to apologize, Nate. I hope you're getting something out of this.
I hope they're both getting something out of it. But yeah, Grey Knight does seem very stuck on what it is that he's doing, and I think Nate and Hogtie are really trying to understand what it is that he's doing, and I think he's somewhat not being exactly the most charitable. I mean, it kind of started out uncharitable, or at least in the thread. So when they were both in here, it just kind of got more complicated because there was already things had already been set up poorly from the get-go.
Yeah. But yeah, no apology necessary, Nate. It's fine.
If you guys have to, just do what I do. Just erase everything that you've talked about and start fresh. and break it down.
You were right. It is Bob. So Bob's
Okay.
channel is going to he's going to be hosting that. So
okay. Yep, that's Bob.
And Randolph here has posted the link to his YouTube channel for anybody who's interested.
I think I'm already subbed to his channel. He tags me enough. I should be.
I think I am too. Anyway, here we go.
Or who are you speaking to?
You.
Yeah, Rob is being rude with me.
No, he wasn't being rude. You were being rude.
He most certainly was.
Wow.
Now, if you
Not
think I'm
really.
being impatient with him, I'll be more than happy to give him another chance. But do you know how many times he was sarcastic and snide with me? You didn't pick up on that?
Darth came at him hot immediately because he said something about a word salad thing. I think he glued in on that from the live chat from Rob, and then immediately went after him.
I picked up on it.
Well,
I mean, he may.
Derek is a useless what?
I blame myself because I was a foaming at the mouth atheist in the live chat that made the claim that precept is just gaslighting. So I already set the stage poorly for Rob. It's my fault. It's my fault, Rob. If you're listening to this, I'm the one to blame for Darth's triggering. I'm that foaming at the mouth atheist that just. I understand that Darth has a psychological issues when it comes to atheists, and I played on it, and Darth took it out on you, man. That's all I got to say. I apologize. I let the beast out of his cage. I'm being facetious as shit, but
Andrew says, "May I join and rant about random stuff?" Lol, just kidding. Yeah, This went from like just trying to track this drama between Praise and Darth to a very in-depth discussion on logic, and now it's gotten into. Well, it's back into this kind of petty stuff, but okay. So but tracking this, let me get through this a little bit. Do you mind if I put you in the backstage for a little bit, Jay, and bring you back in later?
I'll just mute.
Okay, I'm just going to try to get through this because I want to get into the second part of this and then the third because there's not that much to cover, but this is a good example from here.
Yeah,
from Darth. Darth has been fully weaponized by Praise at this point on Praise's own channel, and I had not seen this part of it. I was in the live chat and watched. I think I saw maybe 15 or 20 minutes of this entire 3.5 hour hangout before I left, and then I wasn't entirely surprised to hear about the aftermath later. The extent of the aftermath was a little weird. So,
especially that conversation that Praise had with Tom, which he's already premiered. But I'll just stay quiet and let you get through this because this is stuff I haven't even heard. I heard up to the part where he got to JG and that was it. But then I think the stream ends very shortly after that. So there's really not much to go.
A little bit, but you remind me of a little bit of like.
All right. Okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I'll give him another chance. But if
I don't think he wants to.
Me around. Okay. Well, that's up to him. Okay.
I mean, you sound like a judge a little bit. We're like talking to like a 16-year-old punk or something.
Yeah. Do you know why? It's because I'm accustomed to dealing with people who are overtly and at times are passive aggressively obnoxious.
Triggered.
Oh, I know, and I've listened to you.
I don't have patience for it. Okay.
Yes, if you dealt with these people.
So Rob, is reality the sum total of all real things in your view?
Yes.
Okay. So reality is not simply limited or exclusively that which you have sensory contact
It's the
with.
sum total of all real things. I didn't talk about
Now,
any limitation.
okay, is reality, as you use it, is it a concrete particular or an abstract particular?
It would be a concrete particular.
No, that's wrong.
Well, I would say that reality is a concrete particular.
No, that's incorrect. Philosophically, because what one thing unifies all the particulars? That's concrete.
What one thing unifies all the particulars? See, that's word salad.
That's not a word salad. That's a legitimate philosophical. Okay, Rob,
why
listen
with
to
a
me.
question, sir?
Okay, do you believe in God, Rob?
Yeah.
I kind of wonder about this. This is something I was kind of. I don't know how philosophically this breaks down in terms of like when they're talking about something versus a set of things, right? Like how that breaks down in philosophy. But the one thing I find weird about this, when Darth talks about reality, I think most people, when they talk about reality, they're either talking about observable reality or the universe or the cosmos, the totality of all the things that actually exist, right? When they do that, when that gets brought up, Darth does this all the time where he's like, no, that's an abstract because it's a set, right? Well, it's a set, I think, if you're representing it in an argument in a certain way. But you wouldn't say that I'm an abstract because, my body is an abstract because my body consists of lots of different organs. The body can be described as a set of organs, right? But all of those organs are concrete things, and my body is a concrete thing. So I'm not exactly sure. Maybe I just don't understand this, but I always get the feeling that there's something about sets that's probably a lot more counterintuitive that Darth does not have a firm grasp on. And when he throws this out there to anybody who's trying to describe the reality, the world around us as a real thing, he tries to kind of evaporate away that kind of definition in exchange for, well, no, that can't be it. You need something that provides, what did he say, provides unity or something like that to it.
It has something to do with unity.
Yeah, and that doesn't and I would agree with Rob. That just sounds like fucking nonsense unless you can explain what it is. He can explain what it is he's talking about, right? But the fact that the Earth is part of a solar system, the solar system is a set of planetary bodies, does not make the solar system an abstract because it's a set. It's the solar system still a concrete. So, I think anyway. I hope this doesn't. I hope this doesn't start another quarrel with Grey Knight. A set is just a collection of objects that doesn't commit. Hang on. That doesn't commit you to some metaphysics of mass view of non-physical entities called sets. You can just interpret sets as fictions. Okay. All right. So yeah, but I wonder if, I don't know. I think the way Darth says this almost every time, it's sort of like the CPU fan in my brain kicks on to high, struggling what are you doing with that? Where is that coming from? What's motivating that? I feel like somebody's trying to
And to be fair, the fan doesn't kick up higher until the CPU kicks up higher, just to let you know.
Right. But that's what I mean.
The fan kicking up higher. The fan kicking up higher. The necessary precondition for the fan to kick up higher is because the CPU is being overworked.
Don't get into that. Just shut up. I'm gonna mute you. All right, let's go.
Is God a concrete particular?
Yes.
Okay. Does God, being the supreme being and creator and sustainer of all things, does he unify all things in terms of their existence and their being sustained?
That's word salad, but the answer is yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. You're gone. Okay. You're fine. All right. So he's just bent on he's just bent on being rude.
He should have.
He said
that.
yes, but I don't get what he said was salad.
I think he should have said. Yeah, I think Rob would have been better off just telling. And I don't think Rob is necessarily using word salad there in a way to just piss off Darth. But he might be better off. Rob might have been better off to use a less triggering word, like it doesn't seem very informative.
Yeah,
it doesn't sound informative.
Nate says, so the answer is yes, there's a set there, but if you ask me to list everything that exists, I'm not going to say this atom, that atom, the sun, and a set containing them. Okay. Yeah, I guess I probably don't understand it well enough, and I don't think it does anybody any favors for Darth to throw this out there, because generally when they're talking, I think the less said about it, the better, from the way Darth's doing it. Hogtie says, to no one's surprise, Dede has a confused, poorly self-taught understanding of sets and concrete versus abstract versus conceptual. Would take 45 minutes to debrief all his mistakes. Yeah, or just to get to
Hogtie. I have a topic for my channel now. You want to join?
45 minutes trying to break down some of his Darth's idiosyncratic philosophical leanings.
Oh, I'll do it. I'll do it if I get a bottle of sake. I'll definitely. No, I'm just kidding. No, I would have that conversation with Hogtie. It would be fucking interesting as shit.
Yeah, I agree with AJ. It's just another instance of Darth trying to force his interlocutor into accepting all of his philosophical commitments. Yeah. Not only the commitments, but also the commitments, then all of their entailments, and then any of the heretofore unmentioned weird aspects of them, that the ones he didn't say, and then I'm sorry, I didn't make the connection that you made. That's because you're an idiot and a Satanist. Get out of here. Oh, Darth just keeps entertaining.
Okay. See, this is what some people do.
Sorry.
Okay. It's not. See, there was no reason for him to be. So you see, again, I give him the benefit of the doubt, Jay, and he continues to be snide and passive aggressively obnoxious. Okay.
Yeah, I've listened to some of your stuff, and I think you have a strong point. But I know that you're fed up with people. But if you're going to be able to get your point across, you're going to have to be more patient. It's the only way you're going to be able to do it.
Oh, I am patient. It's just that because I have so many more.
I am patient, but it's just that I have to deal with so many of these assholes. I just have no patience anymore. Like,
yeah, exactly. I was just going to say the same thing. I'm like, no, you already told Rob why it is that you're impatient about this. Because you deal with these atheists when atheists are doing this. So whatever Rob did triggered you about atheists, and then you started responding accordingly to Rob like you were dealing with an atheist.
Darth is trying to distance himself from the accusation of being impatient. He doesn't want the label. Darth is not an impatient person. But when Darth is impatient, it's because someone made him. It's their fault. Right? Classic narcissism. I'm not an impatient person. I have all the patience of Job. But some of these people, they just push me too fucking far. And that's when you see Darth get impatient. Like, okay, so you're not an impatient person, but there's evidence of you being impatient all the time. And so all of those instances are someone else's fault. That's his argument. That's his claim. Like, if you run into assholes all day long.
More encounters with, hold on a sec, this Bruce is probably that.
And I didn't bring this. Nate had written, maybe this will help. A set is grounded in its members. The set exists in virtue of the concrete things that exist. It depends on them for its existence. Right. So the set, describing anything as a set, the set actually kind of becomes an abstract. It's an abstract description of a collection of things, if I'm getting that right. Let's see if I missed anything else down here. All right.
That troll. Okay.
I think Bruce is good. I think he's from Jamie's channel, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. Well, because
maybe not.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's the guy where you asked him what his denominational background is.
About me either, buddy.
Oh, really?
That was Brucifer. That was the real Bruce.
Well, let's let Bruce send this to see what he has to say. Go ahead. Oh, you left or whatever. Okay.
Okay. So Jay, I've been doing this for 10 years, and because I am so practiced, it's much easier for me to pick up on people who are not sincere, who are being passive aggressively obnoxious.
Yeah, and can it also be argued that because you've been doing this for 10 years, you're able to pick up on that you should be able to handle that?
No, the issue is I can't handle it. It's just that I won't put up with that chronic misbehavior. Did I not warn him several times?
Yeah, you kind of laid out some rules, but I guess if I were him, I would have asked for specifics on those rules.
Hey, sir, listen to me. Did I not warn him over and over again not to be rude with me and passive aggressively obnoxious? Did I not warn him?
I said he didn't say anything rude. He just said he thinks it was a word salad.
No, okay. There was no reason to say that. There was nothing that I was saying was a word salad, and he's an educated man. Okay.
Well, he should be able to say that. That's his opinion.
I'm not going to debate this any further. Okay. If you want to think that he was sincere, you can believe what you want.
I love it. Even when Darth is talking to Christians, it's a great example of the incredible lack of charity here. He's talking to fellow believers, right? Normally, when he's talking to atheists, he's talking to people that pretty much are going to disagree with him on nearly every point, right? They don't like the way he behaves. They don't like the way he talks. They don't like his jerk off name. They don't like his jerk off face. They don't like him because he's a jerk off, right? And so then he'll use this to justify, well, I'm dealing with these hostile, immature, rude, crude, obnoxious atheists all day in and day out, and I got the PTSD from it. Okay, cool. But if you're talking to fellow Christians and you react the same way to them that you react to this rude, crude, obnoxious group of people over there that have gotten you so fucking PTSD'd up that you can't distinguish the difference between somebody who doesn't disagree with the content of what you're doing necessarily, but disagrees in the way that you're attempting to communicate and the style that you attempt to communicate it in, right? Any challenge to the way Darth communicates or to some of the other theological or philosophical things he tries to kind of, I don't want to say smuggle in because some of them are pretty obvious where he's ripping them off from. But they're like, hey, that's not meaningless. I don't think that's a good explanation or whatever. He can't even take that criticism, right? That person's just a troll and needs to be kicked, banned, muted. That person needs to stay away from Darth, right? Like, I find it interesting that a guy that, like, I remember when conservatives used to be the ones that used to hate the idea of banning people, of labeling people as toxic and distancing themselves from, quote unquote, the toxic people. Why can't they be tolerant? And yet this is all I see from Darth. Darth's a perfect example of this kind of entitled, kind of older, aging, curmudgeonly snowflake, right? Somebody disagrees with you, they're a toxic douchebag, get rid of them. Stay away from them, mute them, prevent them from coming anywhere near you. It's amazing.
To be fair, according to Digital Gnosis, he says TBF, I assume that's to be fair, interacting with people like Gray is going to turn me into DD. Nice.
We'll see. You know, if after Nate's been on YouTube for 10 years, you know, and we get to that, you know, like, remember when Nate seemed like a pretty nice guy and he'd come on and he'd explain some of these like really weird and kind of, you know, counterintuitive philosophical. And now when you ask him about like, hey, what's affirming the consequent? You can't even finish the word consequent, and he's muted and kicked you and banned you. Like, you don't get to talk to Nate anymore. Like, I have talked to you guys. I am so well practiced talking to you morons about this. Like,
Yep. I'm so well practiced at, but here's the best thing. I've so well practiced at talking to this one individual about this shit for 10 years that now I treat everyone else that even so much as remotely sounds like the person I've been dealing with for 10 years.
Well, now you just gave me a great idea for a little short story, a little short film, right? All of this rage and angst that Darth has towards the atheist community was because he had been. It started out with him trying to convince just one person that he fell in love with, and he couldn't seal the deal. And so he's just like stuck in a loop trying to get anybody to listen to him, and it's not working on anybody. And like the first time it works on one person, then I can go back to the original source, the original person, and I've perfected the argument and I can get it to work. And then they have to accept this. They have to accept the ring or the other half of this amulet or whatever hell else he's. Sorry, see, the movie writes itself.
I think you're gonna go down a slippery slope there into oblivion there, Jeff, if you keep going.
It ends in a gunfight, yeah, but no, sorry.
Interested in where it was going.
Why are you ever talking to me while I'm speaking?
I was interested in where it was going.
Okay, I'm interested in removing you from the stage. Goodbye.
Wait a minute.
So I like this. So Praise, I think Praise at this point understands what's going on. Darth is now like kicking and banning people, right? Jill's chuckling along like this is just how things work. Even though JG sounds like he's probably like 100 IQ points higher than Jill, and that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Like JG could have a 50 IQ, and he's still 100 points higher than Jill. That's right. So, do the math, Jill. He supposedly teaches math. I don't know if he's going to be able to figure that out.
Can you hear me, Jeff? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to mute again. I'm muting directly from my mic, so.
Oh, so you're testing to see if it's coming through. Okay. Yeah, if you go to the bathroom and some noises start happening, I'll let you know.
Oh, I double up. When I go to use the bathroom.
Good to know. If I see that slash in there and you're not responding, I'll know. Yeah, okay. Okay, here we go.
All right. Jamie, what are you doing?
He's gone.
That LNG white stuff out of here, man. What are you doing?
There's a legitimate place for saying that somebody's content is a word salad. But what I was saying was not a word salad. If there were certain things that I said that he didn't quite understand, he could ask for clarification. But he was purposely, from the beginning to the end, constantly invoking, oh, that's a word salad, that's a word salad. He was deliberately being, in a passive-aggressive manner, obnoxious. Okay? It's that simple.
And Darth has never been obnoxious. Okay. I'm going to end this there because that really didn't. I apologize for this entire thing. It's just a waste of time. All right, let's get into this. So after that happened, I think this was 12 hours later, 12 hours after Praise hosts this that nonsense show where he was yucking it up and kind of getting along, and he's seemingly cool with the fact that not only did he surrender a lot of administrative controls to Darth Dawkins on his channel and his StreamYard, then realized what the cost of that was, and then this happened. So I'm going to start playing the beginning of this one, and I'm not going to get into this one too much because this is just him. Well, you'll see. I'll play a few minutes of this just to see how Praise apolosplains things. It's bizarre. Right, and here we go.
agree. But I went around. Normally I don't think I would respond to it, but I'm going to wrap them together, Kenny and Darth, in the same. I think they belong together, and two peas in a pod. I think they belong together, and that's why I'm doing this stream, is because
hey Jeff,
basically,
yeah.
Do you see who's in your live chat?
Darwin's Greatest Hits.
Yeah, I haven't seen that name in a while.
Hello, I think he's popped in a couple of times. Hey, hello, Darwin's Greatest Hits. Big fan of your content. Wish there was more of it, but that's not up to me. So, anyway, yeah, very well. It's very nice to see you on here. I like this one. I'm going to read this one out loud because it's gross. Hogtie Champ. I watched a Zoom court hearing this past week where a not muted dude took a rather loud, runny, gassy poop while waiting for his case to be called. I heard myself laughing. That's so nasty. Oh my God. And if it's on the internet, it's forever. So
that's sweet.
That guy's disgusting bowel movement has been captured for all of eternity.
Like Rudy Giuliani's leaking hair dye. And his fart. Remember his fart?
Yeah, he was in Michigan when he let that rip. I still haven't forgiven him for that. Okay, here we go.
Enough.
Quick thing too. Notice the flashing "come at me, bro" thing at the top. This is where praise usually kind of blows up his own his attempts at sincerity. It's like, okay, I'm going to talk about something serious, and then he's got some kind of pro wrestling style, sloganeering going on in his video.
He's got to stay true to form, whatever that means.
But it's not a form at all. It's just this weird combination of
I know.
It's like, okay, now I'm gonna be aggro and then maudlin, and then I'm gonna try to do those simultaneously. It doesn't work.
Enough is enough, and people even call me out saying, "Come on, praise you flip flop." That's what they like to characterize me. I flip flop around, and
yes,
the reason why the people characterize me as being flip-floppy is because I actually give mercy to people, and I give them a chance. I gave Smokey numerous chances. I've given
giving mercy doesn't mean you give someone the keys to your car.
Darth.
Yeah, you don't let them walk all over you, and you don't let them attack your friends and insult your parents and murder your pets and all this. This is just the weirdest thing. So what? I give people the benefit of the doubt. But when you decide to step in, it's usually well after everyone else has been. I said in the live chat for the live stream that was going on when he was like, "Oh yeah," because Darth got flipped. He started flipping out, and he wanted to ban a bunch of people, and then he starts insisting that he gets controls, and praise let him. And I'm like, dude,
I think he already gave him controls from the jump. He gave him controls before that. It was at the beginning.
For fuck's sake, Jefferson wouldn't put on screen any of my many comments about necessary versus sufficient conditions, but oh yeah, my gassy poop comment is spotlighted for group discussion. Classy. Okay, to be fair, when you were making those necessary versus sufficient conditions, I think a lot of that was when Gray Knight and Nate were having a conversation on here, and I was listening, but I was also making a smoothie.
You're responding to the Canadian the wrong way, Jefferson. The proper response to any Canadian trying to be intellectually snarky is to say, "I don't give a fuck. Stay in Canada."
No,
just kidding, Hogtie. Just kidding.
Did it occur to you, Hogtie, that maybe I couldn't highlight those because I was having a gassy, runny, nasty poop myself? No, I was doing something in the kitchen listening to Nathan and Gray.
There's something about having a bowel movement like that is just absolutely breathtaking. Right up there with having a freshly shorn scrotum.
Don't know what that feels like.
Sorry.
Numerous chances.
Bathroom humor
these
goes.
Are just no gooders. And they like to use and abuse people. They are abusers. And I'm basically cutting them off. You ever see what is it, the umbilical cord? They cut it off. You ever seen that little the scissors?
He's getting into fucking.
And basically that's what it's going to be. But before we get going,
don't you dare let fucking praise start talking about biology.
Yeah, no kidding.
He's talking about colostomy bags needed for homosexuals because they can't hold in their shit. Yeah, let's not. Yeah.
He's so fucking awful.
Sorry, I'll mute. He makes me
Do
laugh.
not or don't wish hell on anyone. That's not right. It's not NT right. Oh, WRIGHT.
Oh.
So let me respond
Jeff.
to that.
Yeah.
So I noticed that you're watching. You're going over this one. This one actually came after his housekeeping video. So on Praise's channel, there's one called Housekeeping. That one actually came before this one. The housekeeping one is more apologetic. It's like him explaining why it is that Darth has issues.
Oh, I thought that was in. No, I thought that was in this one.
He reiterates it in here as well. But yeah, the start of all this, obviously being Darth from the other day, but he did that video earlier the following day, and that one's called Housekeeping. And then after he finished that particular stream earlier on in the day, then he started this one.
Did he get rid of that video then? Because I pulled up his channel earlier when I was pulling these up. I thought this was the one.
You know what? Let me see if somebody.
Oh no, you're right. House cleaning and a message concerning Darth. That's the one you're talking.
That one came before this one.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because I was doing the same thing on my channel from the other night. I was looking at some of the other one, and I looked at a little bit of this one, but then I was like, oh wait, there's this other one, and Matt Bond sent me the link to that house cleaning one, but it hadn't. I thought it was unlisted. It just hadn't posted on his channel yet.
All right, I've got it here, so because I thought there was something in that other video where he got into some of the reasons why. Because the one thing that gets kind of weird about this is what he says. Like he starts talking about how obnoxious Darth was being, right? Like I don't know that he uses the word obnoxious, but he's just like he went out of control and he was just banning everybody, right? He banned like almost 10 people, right? That's not how many people that's not the number. It was over 30. Right.
Wow.
And that's yeah. So
I was one of them. So was Secular Pagan Mum. We were part of that statistic.
Yeah, he was just banning everybody. So if anyone is interested, there was the video that I shared in my top chat. There is also this one here, which is house cleaning and commenting on Darth Dawkins. Let's play a little bit of this and see what he says here.
And here's the thing. Whenever anybody says, oh, well, Jay, you're just being sensitive about kicked. No, I take kind of a Tone Loc approach when it comes to being kicked, because Tone Loc has said this as well. If they kick me, I win. So, fuck
yeah.
Accountability for my decision last night, for even giving sort of like administratorship or moderatorship.
Sort of. You gave him like full and total control. Like people were banned from your StreamYard thing. You gave him access to damn near everything, Praise. Not sort of control. He was running your show for the better part of the last half.
Authority to people that should not have it. And I learned this from other people too, such as Gavin Hurleyman, that some people shouldn't even be put in that situation.
Okay, he learned it from experience with Gavin Hurleyman when Gavin Hurleyman abused it. And Praise used to laugh while Gavin was actively abusing it. They would turn it into a game. Yeah. It was absolutely pathetic. It went on for months, and people, not just atheists, everyone was complaining about how Gavin was doing this. On top of that, he doesn't even have to rely on just his own experience. He could also just go and talk to somebody that he knows and trusts one way, who could tell him that giving Darth permissions and administrative privileges and authority is a good way to lose your channel, because it's how the Reformation server got hollowed out. And after Darth, I don't know how many total he ended up banning, but when they gave him server privileges, he server banned a bunch of people, and eventually they got tired of requesting DMs reactivate them. So they just abandoned it and went to like either politics or politics and religion. One way was lamenting this whole thing. I'm like, yeah, we had Darth on here. He had his own channel, and then we gave him server mute privileges. And yeah, he basically just comes in here, throws his weight around, hollows it out, leaves no one left, and then tells everybody, well, there's nobody showing up here anymore. I'm going to a Discord channel that has something going on.
I would
and
also
they
like
tried
to
to set up the same thing.
Yeah, I'd like to also point out, and this is just my opinion, that Praise's ability, when you have someone like Gavin Hurleman, not Hurleyman, Hurleman, that's how Praise is pronouncing Hurleman. When you have someone like him, when he was doing that kind of stuff, I always saw Praise having more fun with that, depending on how petulant Praise was feeling during the day. So
Yeah.
if he had already been like cornered on certain conversations or had certain arguments with non-believers, and he got frustrated, then it seemed to play out later if you did a stream and Gavin started really starting to, like, oh, I know you're an atheist, you're gone. I know you're an agnostic, you're gone. You say something stupid, you're gone. And you would see Praise just kind of laughing about it, because at that point, Praise is just sick and tired because he's been frustrated earlier in the day, and then he just lets Gavin do the.
Yeah. It would always depend. It would depend on his mood. Yeah, clearly. Yeah.
Yep.
But it was always immature either way. No matter what it was
Exactly.
motivated, he handled it in the worst possible way imagined. He would either just ignore it and turn a blind eye to it, or he would actively get involved in it if he thought it was
And
like
endorse
triggering
it.
people. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it was completely inconsistent about it. And then he's like, well, the only person that was consistent about it was Gavin. Gavin was consistent in his abuse of any of those mod privileges. And when people would go to Praise would be like, oh, I'll take away his mods. And he'd take it away for a stream.
And
in one case, I think he actually removed his privileges for half of a stream. And then by the time they were halfway through it, somehow or another, he'd gotten talked back into restoring them all. And then Gavin was right back to doing what he was doing before.
They would have private correspondence afterward, if I remember correctly. But yeah, that's all some past stuff. But yeah, it definitely goes into the, when we're basically developing an opinion of how Praise is quote unquote flip floppy. This is why, and it's because of the way he presents himself and the way that he's done this stuff in the past, and the way he's currently still doing it.
So I'm not even blaming Darth. I don't think he should be blamed here because, the foaming at the mouth, malevolent atheists.
See, there it is.
That are trying to constantly undermine him and undercut him.
Okay, so he's automatically making excuses for a guy that abused his channel. Like, this isn't about how Darth reacts to it. I mean, part of it is, but that's completely, there's many degrees separate from what happened. Like, this guy insisted that he have co-control of your channel. You gave it to him, and then he abused it. That's the central issue here, right? And he took grief. Praise is taking grief. The only reason Praise is doing this is not because maybe there were enough like non-believers that reached out to him and were like, Praise, dude, I've been coming to your show. I'm a fan. I watch all the time. That ding dong Darth banned me from everything. Like, what's the deal? I'll never watch your show again if you let that guy come back. Maybe Praise is suggestible enough that maybe that has an effect. But from what I understand, it was a lot of the Christians that got kicked and banned were pissed.
And the Christians were the ones that were actually confronting Praise about that when it was Gavin Hurleman. And I believe some of them they did the same thing with Smokey, and some of his Praise's subscribers who are Christian were doing the same thing when it came to Darth Dawkins. They were kind of hinting to him, don't do this, don't run into another Gavin Hurleman issue or another Smokey Saint issue, because Praise seems to like to attach himself to people who are able to like almost dole out more abusive behavior than he's capable of doing, possibly. But that's just speculation on my part.
Yeah. 830 Dawsp says, I said this at the top of the stream, but this press tour of Praise isn't a victory lap. It's a way to get views to him off the back of Darth's rage. Yeah, I think so. Because Praise does like this kind of drama, even when it comes up, even though he can't really, but this was really the only part that I wanted to point out, was this attempt to like say, okay, I owe an explanation and an apology to any of my viewers that got kicked by Darth. But let me start that by explaining why Darth is so traumatized. Like, I don't know, it doesn't make any sense to do this. All he has to do is say, look, I gave him permissions. He went nuts with them. He kicked and banned a lot of people that he shouldn't have. I've restored all your privileges. I'm not going to let somebody talk me into that again. It's over. And then that's it. That's over. He doesn't have to do an hour and 11-minute video explaining this, because all he's going to do is end up talking about Darth's drama. But then it gets worse than that. Let me play just a couple more minutes of this, and then we'll switch over to the other video.
Oh, because I was going to also add on that you can make this a nature versus nurture issue, right? The foaming at the mouth atheists are the ones that nurtured Darth into this particular behavior.
Well, the power of the Holy Spirit should keep Darth from getting into his own flesh like that and reacting. So, I don't know what kind of faith Praise has, but it ain't the size of a mustard seed. So, just there. Of course, if it was that big, you'd be able to move mountains, because apparently if you have faith that big, you get superpowers. So,
of course, that's when you can start asking God to suspend states of affairs for your benefit.
You can get the sun to freeze in the sky. Just keep your arms up. Or wait, is that the... No, I think that's... You keep your arms up and your army will win. But if you get tired, your army will lose. There's lots of magic in there.
Exodus. Yeah, that's a fun story.
Yep. Don't take any of those stories to heart if you're actually planning out a real battle.
I mean, come on. Like, how many atheists come in being a good faith interlocutor? I don't see too many of them. They don't like Darth. They're very duplicitous. They have a duplicitous disposition towards them.
Praise, they were conditioned by Darth.
So I'm going to take accountability.
It's not their fault. They were conditioned by Darth.
It doesn't work that way. Only Darth is the sensitive warrior poet that needs his soul soothed. You know, we're just a bunch of rude, crude, obnoxious atheists. Like, we can take it.
Foaming at the mouth. I prefer the foaming at the mouth distinction. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'm currently foaming at the mouth right now.
Sure.
Blame me.
Get a drink of water, for God's sake.
Just joking.
So I just want to put that out there. So I did house cleaning. So the people that were blocked, you should not be blocked anymore. And I want to apologize to, the community, people, especially Bruce. I think he was blocked. Let me see. In fact, how many people? Oh, wait a minute. Is there still people blocked here in StreamYard?
Actually, if anything, it was Darth that was doing the house cleaning, because he was throwing out all the garbage. Praise just brought all the garbage back into the house.
I'm sure that's Darth's perspective on it. Like, none of these people should be allowed here, Praise. You shouldn't even be talking to them.
Later, boy. Good gosh. Slim Shady, Blaine Tech, JG or something. Yeah. I don't think Darth should even be put in that position in the first place. And
yes, and if you checked your live chat, a lot of people said that. Like, you should not give that guy any authority in a channel.
So that's what I decided.
Which is interesting, because the other day, all Jamie Russell had to suggest to somebody who was actually already having discussion with Praise in his StreamYard, Jamie Russell makes the claim in the live chat about that particular person having done some kind of a porn bomb. So what does Praise automatically do? He believes Jamie Russell, automatically kicks the person. So maybe he is learning. It only took one person to say it, not a shitload of people to say it.
Yeah,
that person might be bad for your channel. You might want to get rid of them. Oh, yep, better get rid of them.
Right, but when everybody was in the live chat, like, oh my, for the love of God, do not allow Darth Dawkins access to any of your mods. Like, don't. And I wrote,
it's fine. It's
just
fine.
Just ask one way, like, it'll be fun because you can get people and I'll get views. Like, I don't think his views peaked over like 40 viewers. Like, and that's good for him. But it's like, okay, I don't really think that this attracted. I mean, I think he had a higher number of live viewers and people in the live chat because there were a lot of atheists there. Because he was talking about Jeff Trimble. So there were people there from Clubhouse. So.
Oh yeah, because I think what was it? Hades was there. Tom Rabbittt was there.
People that I don't normally see in his live chat, they were there because he was going to be talking about Trimble. So yeah, so he had a slightly bigger audience than I think he normally has, because some of his late night ones, he only has like 5 to 8 people in the live chat. They'd just be tiny. So, but that's because he'll do 3 and 4 hour streams in the middle of the night. But
not so much. Not so much anymore. But he has been doing some that have been going a little bit later. But yeah.
To do is take away his moderatorship.
To be fair, if I'm seeing him
30 lashes with a wet noodle. But I mean, this.
So I'm kind of curious
if
here.
If you look at the history, even go to Tom Rabbittt show and just see how atheists treat him. But I'm not saying Darth is a perfect man either. I'm not. Some of his antics that he's done in the past, I don't support.
There's also a problem here. He's hyper generalizing. The atheists that he's referring to from Tom Rabbitt's channel are people who've, like Tom Rabbittt, may have had continual conversations with Darth Dawkins, right? Not necessarily the atheists who've never even heard of Darth Dawkins or they're first timers when it comes to Darth Dawkins. And here's the thing: if you're someone who is familiar with Darth Dawkins because you watch like Tom Rabbitt's content and Clubhouse debates and even your content, Jeff. You start to kind of build this idea that if you're ever going to be, as a non-believer, get into a conversation with this guy, it's probably going to be hostile from the jump. or eventually get hostile. So that's not unreasonable for those people to behave that way. Well, I mean, they could control themselves, but right, based on what he's saying, it should be both. The rule should go for both.
Well, consider the contradiction here, right? Right. So like, Praise's idea behind he's already, I don't know why he's making this defense, but the reason Darth is the way that he is because the abuse and the mistreatment that he takes from all these atheists, right? But if you listen, right, and his example, Tom Rabbitt's channel, right? But if you hear Darth talk about it, right, Darth accuses Tom Rabbittt of selectively picking only the contentious arguments and discussions that Darth has with those atheists. Tom neglects, and so does Daz and any of these other people that record his conversations, neglects all the times that Darth is supposedly having the 90% of the conversations he's having are cordial interactions with believers and non-believers. That gets left out. So the only thing that's being highlighted is when Darth is being in contentious mode, right? So there's a problem here, right? So Darth could immediately like I don't think Darth is going to be consistent with this. Neither is Praise. So Praise's claim is like, well, just look at all he does is he just talks to these atheists all day long and every day, and look, it's just nothing but abuse and mistreatment from all of them all the time. That's not been Darth's claim. Darth's claim is that impression is a misrepresentation of the conversations that Darth has, because people like Tom Rabbittt are leaving out the good and cordial conversations, the productive conversations that Darth's able to have with them. So Darth doesn't have an excuse. Praise is going out of his way to make an excuse for Darth after Darth abused him and his channel. Yeah. This makes no sense. And then, since that pretty much sums that up, I don't know. Let's cut to, because he doesn't have him in there. He has a discussion. He brings in, oh God, Veckel's in there. Jesus. And then he gets into this conversation.
Called to be patient and long suffering to others. Temperance is the idea.
Oh, fuck that guy.
Yeah. And then they start reviewing it, right? So now he's talking about, well, we're called to be patient and long suffering and all this kind of stuff. So that's exactly where I thought it would go, especially with, you know, the usual suspects here. So if we stop that screen and then go into this one, this is where things really just went completely fucking sideways. This I did not expect. I had no idea that this could become a thing. So Tom Rabbittt does one called Praise is Done with Darth and You Won't Believe What He Said About Him. So this is Praise having a conversation in a Clubhouse room. Tom Rabbitt's there and a few other people. I think even Jeff Trimble's there, at least
winner,
once. But
winner for the most leading discussions or leading questions in a conversation ever goes to Tom Rabbittt.
Tom Rabbittt is a sorcerer supreme. This is fucking bizarre. It's just like it's so weird. I both congratulate and condemn Tom Rabbittt for his behavior during this conversation.
Who said that? Me.
That's but I'm joking.
Oh, gotcha.
Let's see. Randolph's got something here. Sometimes I wonder if Darth Dawkins is an in-the-closet atheist who is expressing tremendous jealousy because he wishes he was free intellectually like nearly all atheists. Somebody else had once said something very similar to that to me, Randolph. So yeah, you might be onto something. You never know with that guy. He's pretty weird. So okay, here's the beginning of it. So I think they're having a conversation here. I think that in this, Tom has talked to Praise already about this a little bit, about what Darth was doing, because after this happened, and I think before Praise had the video that I originally put up, the one with Kenny Rhodes and him, I think at some point between the house cleaning video and that one, I think the timing could be wrong, Praise had a conversation with Darth one-on-one, and that's what he's talking to.
Yeah,
that's what he's talking about with these ones. So here we go.
Praise, man, I saw the stream.
Oh shit!
Oh fuck! Hi, Praise.
Bro.
Howdy, guys. How's it going?
This kind of flows into 830 to Awesome's claim that this is Praise looking for attention over this issue, because he knows that he's going to do this, and I'm pretty sure that's why he starts answering the questions the way he's answering them.
It's going all right, man. So I saw the stream where somehow you were
What?
I asked Tom in his live chat when he was premiering this. I said, did you have these questions written down beforehand, or did you just coming up with these on the fly? And he goes, oh, on the fly. I was like,
Oh yeah,
bravo.
yeah, no.
It's like, and all I could think of in my head is bravo.
Yeah, he's just riffing. Yep, just riffing.
I don't know what was going through your mind, but in the moment, inexplicably, you thought it would be a good idea to give Darth Dawkins admin abilities to your YouTube channel. Is that correct?
I did.
Yeah. So that was insane. And then,
can you like delete videos with that power and stuff?
No, he just has basically chat privileges and really just stream where you can block people in the stream. That's about it. Yeah.
Okay. So, and then
hold on. The only way a person can block a person in a StreamYard is if they have the code to log in as you.
Yes. Right.
So,
they don't
point that out.
And I think some of these guys know that. I think Tom definitely knows. Like any of them kind of familiar with that would be like, yeah, okay, there's more going on. You gave him a little bit more abilities than you're letting on. But that's the other thing. But Tom catches him here on the number of casualties.
Happened. What did Darth do with those admin privileges, Bryce?
He went on a blocking rampage, and it fucking pissed me off.
Yep. And
did you expect?
How many people did he block in just one session?
At least 10.
So so hold on a second.
This is good.
I heard you yesterday said it was 30.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was a lot. I think it was 30 around that. Yeah, I said
okay.
around that.
Look,
yeah.
First of all, praise. I'm not talking out of my ass, okay? Right? Look, I know what you said already. I've recorded it already, right? Don't come in here and tell me that it was like 10 when you and I both know that you said and think it was 30, okay? I hope this is the last time that I ever have to mention something like that again. Just be real with me, okay?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a lot. Like, I don't know. I think it was. Yeah, I think you're right. 30. Yeah.
Okay. So it's 30, right? And you have to go and unblock and undo all that damage, right?
I wonder if he would have just said 40
it's ridiculous.
and gone from there, if he would have agreed.
Or 50. Yeah, if he'd said 50.
I'm just curious.
That's what Myra 10, 30 tomato.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because anyway, never mind. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, so now subsequent to that stream, I saw you do 2 streams where you were very critical of Darth, right? Now what's really crazy is that you've known Darth for maybe 5-6 years at least.
Yeah.
And it took this instance to realize how toxic he was. Is that correct?
To that level, yes. I always knew he had a weakness with some atheists, but I didn't even know. This is the first time I really learned it was against Christians too, and that just completely took me by surprise. I don't know.
Why would it have taken you by surprise when he was verbally abusing guys like Rob and JG in your chat?
What's his name? Brute Facts Eddie.
Yeah.
Or Eddie Brute Facts.
They gotta do. I gotta do it. Horrible.
He wasn't aware of that, or the way that he would converse with Kenny. Oh, Kenny Rhodes doesn't count because he's persona non grata on both for both of them. So either way, Kenny Rhodes is perfectly fine. Yeah, Kenny Rhodes is a Christian, but yeah, as far as he's concerned, Kenny Rhodes deserves it.
No, I didn't know how to react to that because, I mean, there are atheists out there. Yeah,
you were surprised. You remember the last time you were here? I directed you to an entire playlist of him having these types of on my channel. There's an entire playlist of him versus video. Christians, and he just slipped.
Wow. It must have slipped my mind. Yeah, I wasn't really 100%. I think I probably, by passing, I must have glossed over that. Yeah.
Well, it didn't
No,
work for him at the time.
he didn't want it. He didn't want to hear it then. Now it conforms to something he feels, so now it's important. Megalite Jack writes, why is it that praise is starting to have integrity now? This makes no sense. Oh, no. That's the problem. I don't think he does. So, and this is sort of proof of it. Tom proceeds to ask him a variety of hypothetical questions, like if Darth in real life,
The Susie coffee. Oh
gets coffee from Susie at a Starbucks, right? And he asked for a turbo shot, and he takes a sip of that coffee after Susie hands it for him, and he can tell it's missing the turbo shot, and he throws that scalding coffee in Susie's face, horribly burning.
Well, I think he asked.
Do you think he'd do that? And Praise's reaction is, yeah, Darth's the kind of guy that would do that. And then it just keeps piling up. It just keeps
people were actually putting in hashtag justice for Susie.
I was waiting for him to do, like, if Praise were on an airplane, right, and the pilot made an announcement, and at the end of the announcement said the words, "Hail Satan," would Praise rush the cockpit and fly that plane into a mountain? Or not Praise, Darth Dawkins. Would Darth Dawkins do that to that plane? And Praise's answer, yeah, I think he would. I think he's the kind of guy that would rush the cockpit to destroy the plane because Satanists were flying it. Like, it just gets out of control.
While screaming bonsai on the way in.
Ignored it. You wanted to. I think you wanted to remain blissfully ignorant and enjoy the Darth kickings that you were enjoying so much, except when it happened to your channel and the people that you're friends with, that you took issue with it. Is that correct?
Not 100%, but close. Yeah,
close. Okay. Right. Now after that, because I saw you 2 streams criticizing him. One stream was a lot, and then the next stream was even more. And you're saying things that basically you're not going to really be able to recover from in Darth's eyes, right? Said some things that are really going to piss him off, right?
He'll be able to.
I don't give a fuck about what he has to do.
That's the thing, though.
Yeah.
Right? If Darth left the stream and he went home and he sleep, and you undid all that stuff, that's not enough to make you say what you said, right? Because you saying what you said implies that you knew that there was no coming back from it, right? You already knew that. So it must be the case that in between those events, you talked to Darth. You talked to him, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, and it didn't go well, did it?
No, it did not go well.
Right. How is it the case that I can know all these things without knowing, not being privy to any of them?
This is like a federal inquiry.
It's just so sleazy. Like, I both love and fear Tom at this moment. It's like, Jesus. You can just see him. He's simultaneously somehow mastered, like, the bridge between good cop, corrupt cop. You know, he's doing, like, isn't it true? Isn't it true that this is what this horrible piece of shit did? Like, he's leading him with all the necessary, like, it's all propped up. It's all getting staged for him. All, you know, he's just setting it up for him. Like, all you got to do, Praise, is say yes. Just answer yes. Is it true that Darth Dawkins summoned a demon from the netherworlds? Yes, Praise. Yes, good. You have a cookie.
Well, like, I guess you've done, like, over years, I guess you profiled him pretty well. I think you know him better than I do.
Not only that, but I know I've profiled you. Right?
I knew that was coming. I hadn't even heard this part yet, and I knew that was coming. No, I've even profiled
on what
you.
Platform did you have these messages going back and forth, or did you do it in voice?
Well, it was Clubhouse, and we did talk in voice, too, in Clubhouse. We had a private discussion, and he's just a little bitch. He can't handle any criticism, constructive criticism. I mean, Like, he should at least be aware that the
He'll get over
Bible
this. He'll get
is,
past
it says the stuff that he's doing is not right in the Bible.
Yeah, see, I agree. I agree. This is what does kind of. This is why I'm kind of torn. Listening to Tom's video made me pretty grossed out, even knowing that Tom is just greasing the slide for Praise to slip down. Yeah, and and this is the saddest thing about Praise being on the internet. This is one of the reasons why. I mean, this is the flip side of why I don't think he should be on here. Months ago, he did this video. This was back when he was still hanging out with Smokey Saint. So he tried to match Smokey Saint for fundamentalist fervor in a video where he just goes after like the LGBTQ community. And it was peppered with the kind of language I have not heard Praise use against LGBTQ members ever. I don't think I'd ever heard any of that kind of stuff before. The colostomy bag comment that got mentioned here before, I think that was like one of the first times he'd rolled that out, right? Or it was, around about that same time. So being in Smokey's, in his orbit, he started getting into this kind of stuff. And you and I, Jay, we did a review of that, I think, on my channel. We were going over it, and that's where I basically compared him to like a wild animal with a power tool or with a gun. Like this is going to end.
I think you said it was the equivalent of giving a handgun to a chimp.
Yeah, it's a loaded gun, and he's just waving it around crazy, like so he was doing the same thing there, and he's doing it here. The only difference is in this one is that Tom knows. I think Tom knows deep down, and I'd have to talk to him. I think Tom knows that in another few weeks or so, it could be just that quick, that depending on how things how things shake loose between Darth and Praise, if they go okay, right? If these guys somehow come to an accord, right? And based on what Tom said in the super chat, or in the live chats during this, he doesn't think it can. He thinks there's no way. Praise said there's no way that he can reconcile it. So if he tries to do that, when he comes into a Clubhouse room, Tom is going to use this against him. The whole point of doing this entire setup to interrogate him was to set him up for exactly this. Didn't you say you think this is the kind of guy that would burn a barista if she got his coffee wrong? Didn't you say that's the whole point, is to hold him accountable?
Yeah, it sets up a precedent. Yeah.
But the thing is that at the same time, what I find kind of what is a little bit nauseating about the entire affair is that because Praise is not responsible about how he does the internet, he doesn't care about the kind of attention he gets. He doesn't care if he's being kind of radicalized by somebody like Smokey Saint to be hateful to the LGBTQ, and he doesn't care if he's in the company of any of these people who are like, look, I'm gonna have a conversation with you. You said some things that you're not going to be able to walk back about Darth. Praise does that all the time on his own. He makes commitments to statements that he will then try to just wash away. Oh, no, it's okay. We can do that. And I don't know if this is informed by his understanding of Christianity, but he just takes this like, oh yeah, sure. We had fights, and I called him this, and I called him a reprobate and all that kind of stuff. But then we had a discussion one-on-one, and I believe he's a brother in Christ. Now we're good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because there were people in that chat saying the same thing. Oh yeah, Praise isn't coming back from this. Praise isn't coming back from this. And Red Fang and myself are like, yeah, it could possibly get reconciled.
I don't think weird. What I think will happen, like Praise would. That's what's nauseating. Praise would. If Darth was willing to let all this go, Praise would just say, oh, this was just us having a disagreement. It's like pro wrestling. People say things when they're angry. It's no big deal.
Yep.
Right. And so like when I was watching this, when he premiered it, and he's like, yeah, this is the conversation I had with the guy. It's just like, oh my God, why is he saying this stuff? Because for Praise, it doesn't matter. Like right now, he feels angry at Darth, so he can go ahead and just kind of go with the flow, and then just like ramp up the rhetoric. He thinks that that's acceptable. He's not going to be the one to be like, do you think Darth would be the type of person to shoot up a shopping mall? Because somebody, a dog took his newspaper, right? Like, and right now I hate that guy, so I'm going to say, yeah, I think he is that kind of lunatic, right? Like a mature person is going to be like, no. Like he and I had a disagreement on the internet. I don't think he's a spree killer, right? Praise doesn't have the maturity to not do that. So that's why this video is simultaneously hypnotic and very hard to watch.
That's a good point.
Declares that, and like he just shrugs it off. because it's about him, his little bitch made little group little groupies that are with him. So
you know, you're not the first one to tell him he's a little bitch.
Yeah, no, I
Okay,
yeah,
so
that's
what?
true. Yeah,
Whose idea was it to have a private conversation?
it was him.
If it's on
He
Clubhouse, I would
absolutely
guess it would be him. Because
Yeah, he contacted me. Yeah, because I texted him. I said, man, you got to take authority and accountability sometimes. He just wrote like a 3-paragraph thing how he's the victim and how I'm not a competent moderator and all this other shit that he tried to put on me. And I said, okay. Then he asked me to talk to him in voice, and we did. And like he wouldn't even let me talk in the freaking voice either. The same shit he was doing when I was. He just does it over and over. He doesn't stop. Like,
yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know that he wasn't being allowed to talk. But yeah, no, I mean, especially like, here's the thing. Like, if you anyone else, right? Like, just put yourself in Praise's shoes, and you're having a conversation. Doesn't even matter what the topic's about. You got a personality like Darth comes in, right? And he's already getting upset and he's getting heated with just about anybody else that comes in there and disagrees with him on one point, right? And then that guy's like, hey, give me the ability to mute these people, kick these people, whatever. Give me as much as you feel comfortable with. And you, being praised, you decide, hey, you know what? I like this guy. I trust this guy. I want to be friends with this guy. I'll give him access to fucking everything. Like, he's got access. He can kick these people from StreamYard and from YouTube. I don't care. This will be fun. So you do that and you set that thing up, and then all of a sudden, and then you notice that now that this guy has more control over the conversation, absolute control over who comes in and gets kicked out, who gets muted and who doesn't. He controls the entire, and he gets angrier. That was your sign, Praise. When you give somebody this kind of stuff and they become even more insecure rather than comfortable, that's a sign you're dealing with somebody who's probably pretty fucking toxic. Anyone else, oh, okay, I can control this kind of stuff. I can get rid of these people. Darth he was even more hot-tempered and more quick to anger after Praise gave him access and controls. That's why you don't let him have them, right? It's bad for him. That part I agree with Praise on from his house cleaning. Like, yeah, I don't think he's the kind of guy that should be given those kinds of controls. Clearly not. Because if he's not invested in it, he just goes away. And the weird thing is that if he doesn't have controls, he has to threaten people with the absence of his presence. If you continue to do this, if you don't give me what I want, I'll go away. Right? Which is kind of weird. like, oh, yeah, we want you to stick around here.
Those are my favorite when he says, "Oh, he did that with Hank," or it wasn't Hank, it was that other guy. It was somebody else who was talking to. There's a video of it, and he's like, "I'll go away. I'll leave your channel. I'll leave this right now." And I was like, "I'm like, yeah." At that point, when somebody's being like that, and you're having a conversation with, just tell them, "Okay, bye."
I can't remember who it was, but he did it one time. He's like, if this continues, because he came in on some show, they brought him in. He obviously didn't have mod powers or anything, and he started doing that. He's like, you know what? If this continues, I'll just leave. I don't have to be here. I can just leave. And the guy and somebody's like, promise? And then he left. Like with that, like, okay, like, oh, you know, you're giving me what I don't want you here, and you're threatening me with like, give me everything that I want. Right? Let me run your show for you. Otherwise, I will deny you my presence. I would rather you do that second part. That's actually what I want. So go away. Like, it sounds like I'm going to get what I want for absolutely nothing. Like, he's just a Dorcas. But yeah, praise not catching on to that. Not understanding, like, if you have that kind of personality that after gaining a little bit of power becomes even more obnoxious, that's a warning sign. All the red flags are going up. And the weird thing is that I think he probably, well, I don't know. If he gave him access to StreamYard, I don't think he would have been able to claw those back without interrupting the stream, right?
That I don't know.
Possibly. He might have had to like cancel the stream in order to like change things out or whatever. But you notice that he just let it go. He just let it keep going.
Yeah.
Because I think Praise had given him all that access probably about, I think they probably stayed on for like 90 minutes, at least an hour, out of a 3.5-hour video. So yeah, he wasn't even letting me talk, and he's kicking people that are friends of mine. Like, yeah, What did you think he was going to do? He hollowed out entire Discord servers when people stupidly gave him server ban privileges. He didn't own those servers. He didn't have any access to, he didn't have anything to do with actually doing the work to set them up. He doesn't even know how, but he stayed there and he had a channel and he attracted views and he used that to leverage himself into a position where he insisted he had to have server mod access as well as just beyond his access to his own channel, right? They wanted to keep him in his little fishbowl. He wanted the ocean. They gave him the ocean. He cleared out all the fish. And then blamed them for running a shitty server that nobody wanted to visit anymore. It's because he blocked them all. And then he's like, oh, these Discord servers are a dime a dozen. It was easy for him to say he doesn't know how to build one. He doesn't know how much work goes into setting one up or maintaining it.
House. Yeah, you go into someone's house, you trash it, and then you go look at the state of affairs of your fucking house now.
Yeah.
How dare you have a house like this? I'm like, I let you in this fucking house, you bitch.
One way I think basically in all ways described him as a parasite. He described him as a locust. He flies in, he consumes everything, and when nothing's left, he moves on because it's easy for him. And he disrespects anything that he cleared out. And this was like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. One Way's known about this I know One Way has shared these stories with Praise. Praise has fucking known about this. Praise wanted the views that he thought he was going to get from Darth being in there. And he wanted, just like what he was doing with Gavin. Having Gavin be in there and muting people and creating problems was attracting people to the dumpster fire. So he opened the dumpster fire, filled it with some fresh trash, and handed Darth Dawkins lighter fluid in a Zippo. And now he's on here complaining. Now he's doing a little tour like, I'm sorry to my friends who got caught in the crossfire and the collateral damage was a lot. Like, yeah, maybe don't give a flamethrower to a lunatic for views of all things. Like, what the fuck, dude? Hogtie, I've had this up for a while now. He's like, reconciliation is 100% up to Praise. DD will forgive any person so long as that person says that they're 100% wrong and DD is 100% awesome. That's how he rolls. That's interesting.
I 100% agree with what Hogtie just wrote there.
Yeah, I guess Hogtie's known him longer and known of him longer.
Here's the thing. Darth Dawkins and Praise, this is not their first time having a little bit of having a fallout. It is not. This is not their first time.
Randolph says, correct that building a Discord guild takes a lot of work. If you'd like to join mine and promote your videos there, the address is, I think I do. I think I am. I'm pretty sure I'm already in your group. It's got the red maple leaf, I think, with the Atheist A in it. I'm pretty sure I'm in your group. I think if that is yours, I usually promote my videos in the, you don't have the shill suggestions. I think you got promote content or something like that.
I think he's a hopeless case. I don't know, man.
Do you know what he was saying over and over on the stream in question? He was saying that he's open to criticism, right? As long as you're not like insulting and getting out of line. You must have been getting out of line, Chris.
I don't see how I was, because I generally reproved him and rebuked him. I was nice to him. My first stream, I was trying to be gentle with him and cordial, and he took it. He says I threw him under the bus. No, Tom. Just be honest, Tom. Did I throw him under the bus? I don't know if he's seen the first stream or not, but I don't think I threw him under the bus. Did anyone see that first stream?
Yeah, I was there and you licked his balls.
House cleaning.
I was there and you licked his balls. Jesus, I don't know who that was.
By the way, if things do get reconciled between Praise and Darth, this conversation with Tom Rabbittt that he's having and Tom Rabbitt's Clubhouse there will get dismissed as Tom sowing discord.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this will be this. Yeah, absolutely. If they're able to reconcile, this will all be laid at Tom's feet. This was sleazy, and the weird thing is going to be them trying to say. But Praise has done this before too, right? Praise accused Smokey of taking advantage of Praise because Praise is prone to being suggestible or being easily manipulated or being emotionally pliable or something like that.
He's very merciful. He's very kind to people, and his kindness gets abused.
Well, yeah. The thing is that I love this because
That's paraphrasing from him.
Except his problem is that he's actually I wouldn't even say he's a doormat. He's just a sleazy opportunist, right? And that's what I think is kind of fitting here. There's a little bit of karmic justice going on from Tom, because what Tom's technique here is kind of sleazy, and that Praise doesn't seem to realize what's going on, or he doesn't care. He doesn't care that he's kind of being taken advantage of by this particular group, and he's going to start engaging in hyperbole in characterizing Darth, as long as it's getting him what he wants. So he'll be a doormat if he thinks it gets him something. If it doesn't, then he'll talk tough if he thinks that gets him somewhere else. Like he flip-flops, right? But I mean, the dude is practically spineless, boneless.
House cleaning and whatever, it's something like that.
No, I think that I mean, look, are you asking from like my perspective? I think, yeah, you kind of did.
Really? I threw Darth under the bus?
Well, I mean, what do you mean by throwing? I mean, what I observed is you just like openly criticized him, and is that what you mean by throwing under the bus? I don't even know what you mean.
Well, that's his terminology. Like, I guess that I disparaged him or something. Even me and Veckel, we publicly, rebuked him in a loving, correcting way biblically. And
actually, I have another question real quick, because I noticed, I was listening, I was like, I can't believe Veckel is saying these things, right? So that leads me to believe that it's possible that Veckel was in that same call.
Well,
at the very least, you relayed some of those messages that Darth sent you to Veckel, right?
No, I didn't relay any of that, just except that I threw him under the bus. That's the only thing I did say.
You threw him under the bus?
Yeah. I mean, that's what he claimed, which I don't think I did. I don't think. Yeah.
Well, he just means by that you blamed him for things. He was criticized and blamed for something.
Yeah, I publicly excoriated him, which I did not excoriate him. I tried to be loving as a loving correction.
Okay, so how long did this call last?
It was about 10 minutes, and he had a call. He just, put me to a side. He didn't even get like I was a nothing to him because he had some call.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Ro, for that super chat. Here's some money for doing what you do. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know what 50 is. It they're like kroners? But I've seen them before. Norwegian money is cool. Kind of wish it were real. Thank you. And by real, I mean, the actual cash. One of these days, that's what they have to have, in the future. They can just your computer can print currency, so your super chats can be physical. God, I'm petty. Anyway,
no, the
thank you for that.
Counterfeiting will go through the roof. What's wrong with you?
Oh, right. Well, it'll have like a Monopoly man in the upper left corner. So this is just so that you can feel like a big man. It's not meant for actual currency. The actual numbers have been transferred to your bank account, dum-dum. Thank you, bro. Praise seems to be adept at kicking himself in the pants. Yeah, kind of. But he always seems to bounce back from it. It's kind of his brand. But I agree. Norwegian crowns is the best. The fact that he has this conversation that he has with him, I'm wondering, does Tom ask him? Let's see if Tom asks him if he was angrier at Darth after their conversation.
So he just uses and abuses people. He's an abuser, narcissist, dick. And
sounds like
I'm done with him. Really, I am.
Okay.
So
it sounds like okay. So let me see if I can game this out. He has the show, gives Darth some mods. Darth abuses them. Praise starts hearing from people like, why did you do that? For the love of God, he even banned me. What are you going to do about it? How come my StreamYard link don't work no more? That kind of shit. Praise realizes that this is a bigger mess than he ever thought. That okay, he gave, like, I gave this to you, Darth, so that you'd have the ability to keep out or kick out the people that were abusing you, and you kicked out absolutely everybody, including, from the sounds of it, because I don't think that many people joined in conversation with him. He was kicking out people who were writing comments in the live chat that he just disagreed with, so he just banned them too. So Praise has to take this into consideration. Maybe some of these people leaned into him and said, as a Christian, you need to go to Darth as a Christian, as a brother in Christ, and talk to him about his behavior. And Praise did, and Darth blew him off. And that pissed off Praise. Now, what I find funny is that Praise doesn't understand that that's how Darth thinks that he is the apex predator of Christians. Somebody like Praise showing up to tell Darth that he's wrong in his behavior as a Christian is wrong by definition, given how Darth defines himself. He can't be wrong. It's always someone else's fault. Someone is always doing something horrible to him. Even Praise, initially in these videos, kind of conceded to that idea. Well, it's because of the way he gets treated by these atheists. They're the ones that have left him this horrible, twisted, evil, Palpatine-like wreck of himself.
I asked him that, and I asked Praise that in the live chat. He agreed. It's the atheists who are to blame for the way that Darth behaves.
Right. So he just looks at this as somebody that, but the funny thing is that Praise will use that as a way to kind of like reconcile himself that, I was almost mad at him, but here he's actually mad at him. He's channeling a little rage. He was pissed at him. He's being a dick. He doesn't give a fuck what Darth thinks, all this kind of stuff. And the previous ones that he was talking, the one I was showing, it sounded like he was like, oh, I shouldn't have given him that power. Darth shouldn't be put in that position to begin with. Darth's got this trauma. He's been abused in these kinds of ways. But now he's just talking like he's pissed. He's pissed at Darth. So it tells me that the way Darth was treating people on Praise's video during that live stream, that didn't make Praise mad, right? It irritated him it might have irritated him that he had to clean that stuff up, right? But the peer pressure of people telling him, hey, maybe go talk to that guy about that. And then when Praise tried to do that, Darth was a dick to him then. And I think that personally pissed Praise off. And now he's kind of retroactively going back through the previous events of how Darth was on his channel. Was he thankful that he was given those mods? Was he humble at all? No. Consider the fact that he's been given all this access to Praise's stuff. Did he thank Praise for the fact that he had access to that? No. He acts like he's owed it. Like, I don't understand why these guys don't fucking get this about the guy. The dude is a toxic abuser. That's all he does. He's just an abusive piece of shit. And he uses his religion to justify his abusive tendencies. It's all part of his narcissistic, kick.
It's interesting that this is like a current revelation, but whatever, you're on board now. Now, do you have the messages that he sent you? Can I
do, but I don't know if I'm going to release it, but what do you think? I think that would be kind of lowbrow character, would you say, or no?
I think it would be vindicating.
You don't think it'd be par for course regarding his behavior?
Well, I do like to protect the confidence of people, even though they are low-life scum whores or bums. I don't know if I should betray the confidence there. I don't know. It doesn't
matter if you're a whore. So. I'll still be. If you tell me that you murdered someone, I'll keep that shit private.
Do you think Darth betrayed your confidence by like booting all your viewers from your own channel?
I know. I don't know, but two wrongs make a right. I don't know, man. I don't know if that's immoral.
Yeah,
I can see that.
I don't know if it's two wrongs. I think it's something more like justice.
I'll have to think about it.
Yeah, you think about it. Well, tell us more about the call then.
Yeah.
One second. For the record, though, how long have you known Darth?
At least 4 years. I might go beyond that. I thought. Yeah.
It's many years.
Oh, yeah. I've followed Darth for a while, even on Discord when he first began Discord, which was a while ago.
Right.
Google Hangout, I think, too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Randall said Tom Rabbittt shouldn't be asking for this. It shouldn't be asking for what? Like the eventual abuse that's going to be coming his way? I don't think Tom's going to care.
No, I think he's talking about asking for the correspondence between the two.
Oh.
Yeah. But the thing is that he might not. So the thing is Tom might be kind of like, should I ask? But if he does ask, and then praise goes, if you notice that Tom's not pushing for it, he gave it up. He asked, praise gave his reasons, and he goes, okay, well, you want to just continue talking about the call? So he's moving on from it.
Yeah, because Randall said, I have a clear policy about private messages. I never share them publicly or with anyone else unless they give me permission. Exceptions, court orders, or death threats. Yeah. Yeah, no, I follow that. He shouldn't be asking for private messages. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's where the line's almost getting crossed there to see if, even if you're doing that to kind of test, like,
the thing is that Red Fang also pointed out that the private message that he received from a certain someone that Joshua Marks Rebel is Smoky Saint, that didn't stop Praise from freaking doling that out to Red Fang, so Red Fang could spread it. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there's already a history of Praise not necessarily honoring that kind of stuff.
You're right. Yeah, but it wouldn't matter. The fact that he's inconsistent about that. The issue is that should Tom be asking for it, especially given that praise is easily manipulated. You're basically talking him into doing something that Yeah. But again, at the end of the day, like Hogtie said, if these two reconcile, and it sounds like there's a mechanism for that with Darth Dawkins, all they're going to do is direct their animosity towards Tom Rabbittt. It's Tom Rabbitt's fault. Tom Rabbittt was somehow responsible not only for Darth's behavior on Praise's channel, but also for Praise's his anger and his irritation with Darth. Like, Tom just played on that. And the stranger thing about this is that Praise was in the live chat during the live premiere of this video of Tom's, and he's in there kind of laughing along and trying to like kind of, and everybody else is just like, holy shit, how did you get him to start saying this stuff? And Tom's I just started asking him, and he kept answering in the affirmative, so I just kept asking him hypotheticals.
Yep. So I had to do. Yeah, that's why I don't think Tom really stressed that whole thing with the private correspondence, because it really didn't matter for what Tom's doing here.
Tom's here now. The messages is just Darth yelling at him. Who cares? Yeah, I think if that's the case, Tom, then I think I think Tom's assuming like, well, there's nothing that's going to be revealed from the conversation that Praise and Darth are having, because it's just going to be Praise saying, "Hey, I've got a complaint," and Darth yelling at him. And putting him down, and then apparently putting him on hold and taking another call, leaving him hanging.
So what were you thinking when you gave him admin privileges? Was it like, I'm going to create the Darth and Praise show, I'm going to piggyback off him? What was going on?
Well, sort of. I wanted to bring an audience and atheists, and I thought that he was competent enough to not be a little bitch. And not even block, really. It was just, the troll atheist that would come in there. Maybe he would have his little temper tantrum. I mean, I was prepared to step in.
What? He was prepared to step in, but he didn't. If he was prepared to step in, you wouldn't be in this position right now.
If he was prepared to step in, he wouldn't have also complained about not being allowed to speak on his own channel. Which is how he said that at the beginning of this conversation with Tom. He wasn't being allowed to talk. How was he going to step in? And like I said, if he'd granted him StreamYard permissions, I don't know that he can actually take those back unless he interrupts the stream he's on. So, yeah, no, I agree with Tom here. Praise came in because he wanted this on YouTube. Like, if they're talking about Darth's address, I'm going to reveal those personal messages. Give me a break. Yeah, no, I don't think Tom would do that. No. But yeah, no, definitely. I mean, Praise is trying to use this, just like 830 to Awesome said at the beginning. Praise is trying to use this because he likes the drama. He thinks it's attracting attention to him, and he likes having this. If you can't have a cordial relationship with Darth Dawkins, then at least he can set himself in some little weird, contentious drama that is going to attract people either to his channel or attract him to show when he shows up on Clubhouse rooms. Because he clearly got a kick out of being in this Clubhouse room with all these guys.
In there and handle that. What I was not prepared for is the Christians in my community. They would be victims of his rampage. And that's what I wasn't prepared for. And I thought, we would have a constant flow of people coming in, and I thought that'd be pretty cool just to, get the gospel out there and stuff. So it was a bad idea.
So
I admit that.
Just real quick, he would be perfectly fine with what Darth
Yes,
was doing
it's
as long as
surprising,
Christians,
given how
as long as no Christians were caught as collateral.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it was
he'd have
fine
been
for
perfect-
it was fine if Darth. Well, I don't know. Again, it would depend.
I'm going off what Praise just said there.
Yeah.
It seemed to be that the conditions were, if it started to affect Christians, then that's where he would have a problem. As long as it wasn't affecting Christians, then he would have had zero issue with what Darth was doing.
And that was kind of the issue with Gavin. He kind of this is where he's actually been kind of consistent, because when this issue was kind of coming up with Gavin, when Gavin was upset with like the atheists that were on there, Praise would just play along with it and be like, "You're right, Gavin. They're just trolls." Where Praise would end up getting sucked into some drama and have to make a choice was when Gavin would have a disagreement with somebody who was another believer, but they had some other difference or whatever.
Well,
and Gavin would.
Well, it's normally other believers who wanted Christians to be able to speak, because Dick Gavin wasn't giving them a chance to speak. He would just automatically mute them or play with their mic settings and shit.
They would take issue with them because they're like, "Look, I'm trying to talk to that particular skeptic or atheist," and Gavin was muting them all the time. They're like, "Dude, I was just having a conversation with them, right?" And then Gavin would get pissed that they corrected him, right? And then Praise was put in a situation where he had to choose sides, right? That went on long enough that he eventually did it. But he's consistent there. If Gavin was only abusing atheists and no one else raised any objections to it, he was fine to let it happen. He thought it was funny. So I think he just thought, like, stupidly, like, "Oh, Darth is just going to do the same thing, Darth is only going to go after those obnoxious ones, like he calls it." But Darth thinks that everybody is obnoxious simply because, by virtue of disagreeing with him, and that's going to include some of the Christians that watch Praise's stuff.
Yep.
Praise just isn't, with it enough to realize that's what's going to happen.
how long you've known him, that you haven't seen him go after fellow Christians in the past, or
well, I don't
and
know
that
if I'd make
pretty much everybody is a troll to him. Like 80% of people are trolls to him.
That's true. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I gave him the benefit of the doubt because I felt sorry for the little fella, the little gremlin. I felt sorry for him.
You felt
and that's sort of what the same thing I did with Smokey too. Like they're basically two peas in a pod, and I guess people can take advantage of me sometimes. These idiots. He's a narcissist, and maybe I have to work. I think Tom mentioned that earlier, that I don't have a good track record with narcissists, but I don't know. I guess
you don't have a good track record of being pointed out that this person has possible issues and could be a problem with your channel, and then you continue to do it anyway. Probably because you, like we've been saying before, you get a kick out of it.
It should be an issue to him. It should be a cause for concern if he takes into account that discernment is supposed to be something granted to most Christians by the Holy Spirit, and he seems to lack that discernment. Shatterhouse, I fell back asleep and the stream is still going. Sounds like you're happy with the new setup. Yeah, I guess you could say that. It's raining here pretty good, and I am going to wrap this up because I have been on too long. So,
how long have you been on so far?
We just crested the 4-hour mark. So
holy shit!
Probably I was going to play this until he gets into one of his weird questions.
Trying to be kind to him,
when it starts getting interrogating.
Do that. I'll have to be more careful who I allow in my community.
And actually, it doesn't really get like an interrogation. It's more like it actually kind of felt like a cold reading.
Yeah.
When mentalists do cold reading, that's kind of what this whole thing feels like.
To me, it felt like an intervention, but Praise didn't realize that he was in one.
Yeah, now that the scales are off of your eyes, do you notice that he just labels anybody that challenges him a troll?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He just wants to dominate a conversation, and I think that he wants all these like public accolades or something where people like look at him like, look at the great Darth. He's such an atheist destroyer. And he cares more about his online reputation than serving God.
He was
and, like,
one of
so
the
many
people promoting that.
Beckel mentioned that. Like,
what? Promoting
one of the promoting that Darth was an atheist destroyer, that he obliterates atheist arguments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Usually can't say it he can't say it without laughing triumphantly. Yeah.
Yep.
Like it's not just me saying that. There's other people. And I thought like eventually he would self-correct himself and learn and mature, but he's not. He doesn't mature at all. And
let me ask you this now. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, sure, go ahead.
He doesn't mature at all. Yeah, I agree with that. Now, recently we've been talking about, you were talking also about some of my videos and stuff where Matt Slick is asked to, give the support for the first premise of the tag. Now, when Darth was in your room, didn't you bring this up to him? Or
I
what
did.
you talked about?
I
Okay.
did.
Now let me ask you, do you think that he gave the justification for that premise?
No, he dodged it. He says, "Well, I don't know, really, this and that." And it was like, he's trying to get around it. It seems like he tap danced around it. I was really surprised. I thought he would, address it, and he didn't.
He didn't either, Praise.
Well, I mean, even if that was the case, that I do believe my second part of my argument stands. But I mean, that's over criticism. And that was a Greg Bahnsen syllogism. Anyway, I'm going to get my own syllogism. Screw Greg Bahnsen right now. I don't even know about this pre-stuff crap either right now.
No, it's garbage.
He was all for it earlier.
Yeah.
Trash.
I like the evidential approach probably now, because I'm just saying, like,
that changed.
Seems like these people that are this pre-up that are so.
What changed?
He was on one of his streams, the stream that he was talking about, where he's talking about Darth. He said he was all for precept. He said that was the position that he took. So he's changed from presuppositionalism to evidentialism in less than 24 hours.
Yeah, but that's not surprising given praise. Yeah.
Conceited, and like, I'm not like, even that Saitem Brunegate is such a dick too. So I don't know. Maybe I'm going to change my approach too a little bit.
No, it's more than being a dick. It's being dumb and bad reasoners.
I mean, like the precept thing is that, I mean, I just take it that the existence of the Christian God is like, necessary as like a theorem of logic, which is derivable from the axioms of logic. Right? It's just an impossible task showing that.
Right.
And the precept is so dumb that it has to be backed up with being a dick, with bullying.
I think you're right. Maybe that breeds assholes like Darth, and even Matt Yester too is sort of a dick too. I'm just saying, like, and
sort of.
I don't know the level of Darth, but yeah, he is a dick though, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel the same about Matt Yester as I do about Darth, or even Matt Slick. For that, they maybe come to similar areas, but they've had different journeys. And Matt is much younger than Darth. And I remember Matt from 6-7 years ago.
Oh no!
He was not the dick he is today, and I still care about him.
Oh no, Tom! Why did you tell me this? I'm currently uploading Darth's reaction to this video. Damn it, Tom! Damn it! All right. Well, that being said, for those of you who are still in here, still watching this live, so I think most of you know how this one goes. I don't have too much to comment on this. I think I pretty much covered everything that I want to say about it. The rest of this is, I think, the kind of are Tom's hypotheticals that he presents to Praise, and the stuff that Praise agrees to paints Darth in a remarkably horrible light. Now, given Praise's tendencies towards exaggeration and hyperbole, how literally he means that when he's affirming those, I take that with a huge grain of salt, given that it's Praise. But it's telling that he's obviously upset enough with Darth to kind of go along with this, or at the very least desperate enough to attention that he's willing to kind of like maybe he is only. I don't know. We'll find out what the spin is later on. But given that, Tom, since you're going to be uploading that later, I'll wait till you're done. But that's the problem, Tom. Now that I know that you're doing that, I can never be done. You can keep going. I don't mind. Let me ask you that.
Wait, I had to put mine on my head. Who can keep going?
Tom is wait till you're done. You can keep going. I don't mind. Like, okay, yeah. I'll just keep talking here, knowing that there's going to be a good one coming out soon. All right. So what I'll do is, this will be the last thing that I'll ask Tom, if you can respond to this. Given that, I hope this isn't a spoiler. Given Darth's reaction that you've seen now, does it sound like there's a possibility for any kind of reconciliation between him and Praise?
No matter with whatever Tom responds with, if he responds that he doesn't think that it's possible, I will vehemently disagree.
You think that they can get back along again?
Sure. Yeah, I agree with Hogtie. Yeah. This isn't the first time. This might be the worst, but this isn't the first time they've been on the outs with one another.
That's
Him and Darth.
true. Tom's saying no, so yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Depending on whatever was captured, as far as whatever Darth's reaction is, I think that'll probably inform my.
Somebody start the pool. Somebody start a pool.
Somebody's about to make a lot of money. No, it's. I don't think I would take that action. I really don't know. I don't know that I know. I'm inclined to believe. I'm inclined to agree with Hogtie that I think that, like, if it works out that way, if Praise is willing to completely debase himself and admit that it's 100% his fault and that Darth is 100% awesome and that Praise just got it wrong and then it's all and this is Tom Rabbittt taking advantage of Praise and making a mountain out of a molehill, maybe they could get back together again. But yeah. Because things have gotten heated with him before with him and Smokey, but
I will be pleasantly surprised if they stay on the outs with one another. I will be maybe not pleasantly surprised, but surprised.
Tom's like, well, I think it's possible, but
because you remember how Praise is on the outs with Smokey Saint. Praise said on one of his videos that he's getting emails from Smokey Saint.
Is he still?
I think so. Don't quote me on that, but I believe he said something like that in the video that he'd received an email or two from Smokey Snake.
So Tom's position, he says here, well, I think it's possible, but they have to have a mutual interest against someone they both hate. Well, that's easy because that person could be Tom Rabbittt. But at the same time, the fact that the video that Darth's going to be watching and reacting to is Praise getting along with Tom Rabbittt is going to make that a tougher sell for Darth.
But it'll be Tom Rabbittt manipulating Praise because Praise is a goofball.
Yeah, I don't know. That's where I'm not sure. That's where I'm a little bit undecided. It's like 16 minutes. Yeah. Okay.
My belief position is inductively they will become chummy again. Eventually, they will become chummy again.
For anybody that doesn't know, so the bottom link that I have in my description is the link to this video for Tom Rabbittt. If you haven't subscribed to his channel, go there and subscribe. Randolph has got the direct one there. If you want to click on that in the live chat, that'll take you to Tom Rabbitt's channel for when he drops that, because that will be fun. And let's see. And I think Secular Pagan Mom has a link to a T-shirt. I'm kind of curious about this. Oh, I can't see it. Oh, wait, there it is. All right. Now that's taking me to a clip. Okay.
Oh, that might be the link. That might be the timestamp that she sent me.
So, yeah, I guess that's it. I'm going to wrap it up there. This is way too long a stream, but this is one of those long weekend ones that I haven't done in a while. So that's these aren't so bad after a while. But yeah, I'm just going to wrap it up there. And that will, I think that pretty much leaves me exhausted dealing with Darth Praise drama. But I will be back to cover Darth's reaction to this video. And Darth did have that conversation with Hank, the guy from Canada, on Clubhouse. I'm going to be doing a review of that.
To be fair, this would have only been. To be fair, this probably would have only been like a 2.5, 3 hour stream. You know, had Nathan not disagreed with Grey Knight. Jesus, Nathan.
I could have done. Well, I could have. Well, yeah, stupid Nathan and his stupid brain disagreeing with people who like, oh, look at the PhD guy in philosophy trying to teach people logic. Look, do it on your own channel, Gnosis. No, I was really thankful that he did that. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Does he have a PhD? Does he have a PhD?
I think he's working on his PhD.
Oh, okay. I thought he was working on something in programming. I didn't think it was in philosophy.
Maybe he is. I don't know what program he's in. I thought he was in. Well, I'm not sure. He's talked about it a couple of times. I'm not sure where he ended up going.
Because I thought he did something in IT, but don't have to get into that. But I thought he meant something he does IT.
Yeah, I think he did. I think maybe under
web development or something, or some kind of coding or something like that. But yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, everybody keep an eye out for that new video when Tom drops that one. I will do a response to it.
All you frothing at the mouth atheists, go over to Tom Rabbitt's channel, get yourself another fix of pure fucking straight up gossip.
I
horse, all of you.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna. Yeah, when I pause, I'm gonna. It's gloomy out now, and it's raining full tilt. I'm gonna make myself a cup of tea, recharge myself. Jay, if you want to stay on after I go offline, I have a couple questions to ask you. But then, yeah, we might be back. I might be back later tonight, or sometime tomorrow. So, but
This
I
is
will
what
see.
happened. This is what happens when the fam gets exposed to COVID and he can't go visit the fam. Possibly exposed.
Oh, Randall's got it here. The link to the upcoming video, and 15 minutes, is that when it's dropping? Well, it gives me enough time to enjoy a cup of tea and stop thinking about Darth for 15 minutes. So,
yep.
Jesus.
Better end this quick. 15 minutes.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you for showing up here. Thanks for the super chats. Thanks for the live chat. It's always fun. It's always entertaining. Take care of yourselves, and I will see you all probably sooner than I expect as soon as this thing gets done. Yeah, and thank you, Tom Rabbittt. Thanks for the content, especially this video. For those of you who are interested in seeing a truly remarkable exhibit of interpersonal communication things happening, definitely watch that one. I have a feeling that somebody who follows this stuff wants to teach a psychology class may use this one as an example of some things going on, things that are beyond my ability and my knowledge level to really describe. But
I like psychology better than philosophy.
So do I. It's really interesting. So, but anyway, take care, everybody. We will see you all very soon. Let me get the little video queued up. Which one? Yeah, let's just do this one.